fishes in shallow, reedy waters on lakes or rivers. After fishing in one
OBS
place
is
for
still
a
using
while, he may fly
2.6
on to another
gigabytes of
favorite
resource.
spot.
It's not meant to. It never has before. I mean, it has before. Usually you can whip it into shape, but at the moment it's just hogging 2 gigabytes for no reason. There is absolutely no reason why it should be doing this. And despite my frustration at it persisting to do so, time after time, I'm just gonna persist. I'm not meant to be troubleshooting it. I wanna get back into NoCraft. And so I will give up, deal with, and we will go back to what we were doing before. Problem is, it's not even... No, like, I've got all of my browser stuff set to unload. Gonna refresh cache. I'm just gonna refresh cache of all of these browsers because I don't know what else would be causing it. They're all meant to shut down. If the browser element isn't visible, I've got shutdown source when not visible. And I also have refresh browser when source becomes active. For some reason, OBS is still taking up 2 gigabytes. It's meant to be 700 meg. I don't know what the deal is. Let me get my chat back, and then we'll log back into Valor. I apologize. It was such a good night, too. And then, of course, you can't curse it. You say anything about not having technical difficulties. Had to say it. Had to point out it wasn't much of a messy stream lately, and then look at what we end up doing. It would be nice if I could clear the activity feed. I feel like it has to be stream elements that's doing it all. This fancy little widget I've got here. What happens if I turn that off? Still running in the background, is it? Well, welcome back everyone, who has stuck around. There's nothing else I can do. I mean, the best I can do, get rid of all this excess, just hope it works. Blue soup lady. Octo! Oh, good lord. No, this is not the time to be celebrating, okay? But thank you for the 50 bits. I would love if I could actually... If I could change some of the settings in this little widget. I can reset session data. That doesn't do anything. Alright, I give up. I have to concede at this point because we've already just been fiddling around with it for too long. And so, officially, for the first time in a couple of days, welcome to the mess that is my stream. Had to jinx it, but I'm gonna persist. And it was such a good night too. I was having a lot of fun, and it's been just completely shut on by having the computer die. And OBS ever since has just been a little shit. Just what it is. We'll go back into it, shall we? Now, I don't know where we last left off. It seems we have those 10 bones, which is good. Thank you for the hug. 10 bones is good because that means we haven't lost any progress. In fact, it might have been the world save that actually crashed the game, which, glad to say, we still have a world, given that the computer was acting rather bizarrely. Last thing I'd want to come back to is a corrupt world where nothing loaded. Why do I put my circling coins? And why is it nowhere in here? That aside. I suppose we put them there, can't we? Well, I'm a bit of a dunce, aren't I? Let's hope that hasn't bugged up the world. I just realized we are missing a lot of stuff. And I hope that hasn't completely lost me all of my gear. I opened a chest that's meant to have a lot of rare and valuable resources in it. And I may have just updated that chest to be empty, so fingers crossed if we load back in we'll be fine. Why is OBS now running at 600 kilobytes a second? Can I catch a break? What's going on? No internet. Why is there no internet? What do I have to kick in the shins to get my internet connection back? Why do I have a hunch it's Windows? Even though Windows isn't reporting doing anything, I know it's you, Windows. Right. Team is behaving. Good. And we'll go back into... Get back into Valor. I just want to chill. Now more than ever, I need stuff to be working because I just want to relax for the rest of my night. Okay. Fingers crossed we didn't completely throw away all of our progress. I know that the items that have enchantments can be carried back and forth from vanilla. So I'm crossing my fingers that loading into the world hasn't balked it. We have balked it. We need 3 circling cores, 3 copper and 10 stone. And I assume that also means this chest is empty? Alright, that's back. That's nice. Bench is just the standard one. That's fine. We'll go back and we'll put the item outside. 3 copper we should have. Thankfully, we only lost one thing. 3 copper, 1 circling core, and what was the other thing? Just 10 stone? Yes. Seems that chest and inventory, because we did peek in this chest too, and it was empty. So I'm very glad to know that that chest still kept all of its items. I'm not sure how that works, but I won't argue. It seems that any modded items placed in the world disappear if you play with vanilla. Science by any means, positive or negative, is still science. Now, it's the merchant, that's Peppa Pig, Seaside, which we haven't gone to put down. Well, actually, you want to know another positive? Loading in with vanilla fixed all this terrain generation. There was a treasure chest that spawned in here, and it drove me insane because treasure chests spawn a circle of terrain around them. It's basically how they do it. They load in an entire chunk of terrain, and that terrain chunk has the treasure chest on it. When you find the chest, it despawns the terrain chunk, but it runs into an error and something I'm learning. You're meant to leave the chest there and walk away, because if you don't leave the chest there and you don't walk away, then there's no chest to despawn and the land chunk stays permanently. Which is a bit of a problem. You don't eat yellow mushrooms. Oh, wait, where are my mushrooms? There they are. Yes, we'll put that in here, shall we? So, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. What a mess this has turned out to be. I am so sorry, because I had so many people in here that I was chilling with too, and I was glad to finally be talking to some people. But it is what it is, and such is my luck, as it were. It's always going to be scuffed here, and frankly, I'm surprised we got so many days without any problems like this occurring. So, we have the portal. We do not have any empty places to clear. Castle loot, castle house. Do we have any more? We might have to go back through to the merchant. Blue soup lady, sometimes the internet just doesn't want to cooperate. Is it buffering still? I thought we were okay with the internet, but if the internet is still having issues as well... I mean, it's very angry. For some reason, OBS is having as much as a connection as the rest of my system. It's using 3 times as much memory as it normally does. It's usually a 600 megabyte program. Ah, yours was. It's issues all around, I suppose. I'm not the only one having a bad time. Well, not exactly something to take solace in. I don't know. The kind of dwindled away and I didn't have anything to follow up with, so... Right. Well, let's go get this other treasure, shall we? Not leaving anything here, these are empty. I don't know if we cleared out the treasure chest for the troll. Apparently we are leaving something here. Or we're portaling back to drop it home. I do thank you to everyone who has stuck around. I'm gonna try and make the most of what we have. That really did sour things up a little in my... We have resin up. No, we have resin outside. We're full of stone? Not just yet. What? Who dares? I was going to figure out rune stones, but I need to get that crafty bit back to even touch that, don't I? I believe we need that missing workbench to even bother with rune stones at all. That bit. The little crystal thing that was there. Oh, is this full? Is this full of wood? Resin, give me a bunch. I don't have a torch over there, do I? Well... So troll caves spawn meadow skier. That doesn't include settling cores, does it? If there's a chance I can get a settling core from in the troll cave. But I feel like it's much more of a Black Forest thing, isn't it? Those burial grounds. Probably not gonna happen. Oh, sneak in and try, I suppose. And a lot more space. Oh, we could just ruin our portal system. We could head home with the portal and go find another one later. The merchant would be the best bet, because that's the least explored area we have. Hello, Mr. Piggy. Down south. This tiny mountain. Or is that just shiny rock? burial chambers or Surtling in the swamp. Actually, if you have a boat and the patience for it, and you don't mind breaking the game entirely, all you need to do to beat Surtlings and get an infinite supply of Surtling cores is dig out a wide, shallow area down in the Ashlands and go sit in a puddle, because they'll just suicide themselves into the puddle. They have no death, there's no self-preservation in the AI yet. Surtlings will just run themselves at you to throw fireballs, and if that includes a puddle of water, there goes all the Surtlings. But there you get infinite Surtling generator, just going to the Ashlands and digging out a, if we use, okay, using in-game measurement, let's say 4x4 walls like this would almost be wide enough. 5x5 I think would be the minimum to get them to run in and suicide. Because they can throw a fair way away. So you do need a rather wide area, but it doesn't have to be very deep. Ankle deep would probably be more than enough to kill a Surtling. But, I mean, even saying that, it's not like it's super difficult just to go to the Ashlands and just use your bow and arrow, a bit of archery, and take him out long range anyway. Even if they only drop one each. Just an infinite supply of Surtlings there as it is. And there's nothing else there. The worst case scenario, you'll actually get beat up. If you find a 1-star or a 2-star Surtling, then yeah, you might not survive that game. Actually no, are they much trouble mid-game? Because you find them in the swamp, which is like the third biome you go to. Although, having said that, I suppose the worst parts about the swamp actually do work in your favour when it comes to fighting the Surtlings, because it's always raining, so you're always wet. Which means that being constantly wet with 2-minute timer, I think a fireball from a Surtling takes about 1:30 off, doesn't it? But then you just immediately reapply the wet buff, because it's still raining, isn't it? So there are some aspects of the swamp that work in your favour when fighting Surtlings that early on, and perhaps that might be why they're there. I'm curious now. Without the rain or the wet buff, how much trouble do you think a Surtling would give you in the swamp? And that's not even something I really knew until a couple of days ago either, to be fair. But apparently the elements in this game, and I don't know, it's not as in-depth as Breath of the Wild, but there are elements and systems at play here with the weather that make the game seem more in-depth. They make it more in-depth in a way. Did you know if you wear any kind of metal armor, you take double damage from the lightning attack? So if you... I mean, the lightning attack on Yagluth is basically negligible, but it is double damage if you're wearing metal armor. Same with the incinerator. If you put things in that incinerator and pull the lever and you're wearing metal armor, it'll deal double damage to you. I think base damage with no armor standing on top of it, I think it deals 400. With metal armor, that's 800. If it's also raining and you're wearing metal armor, that's another 50% on top. Which is how, when you're standing next to an obliterator, that's how you get the 1000 damage numbers from it. Because it's raining and you're wearing metal armor. Usually, if it's only raining and you're not wearing metal, then the worst you'll get is 600 damage. Tiny mechanics like that. The fact that Surtlings take away the wet debuff, but also the wet debuff absorbs Surtling fire damage. I suppose fire damage in general. Which is probably why it never rains in the plains, because Yagluth would then basically be rendered almost redundant. Aren't you? Missing a workbench? Health regen 20%. Pickaxe with bonus physical damage, no movement speed penalty, and a piercing +2. And a golden hammer with a weight -90 and stamina regen 21, health critical. I think my current one is a bit better than that. Drop these off, shall we? And the mushrooms. That's 4. 6. 9, 10. Maybe I should make my own chest. I don't know if I trust this one not to despawn. That portal noise actually started me there. A scream from a demon came through behind me, but it was just my portal. The way that works is this terrain, it basically mimics the terrain and layers it on top of itself. So, the way I understand it, if I come back, I might... Well, worst case, I'll lose the portal itself, right? But I'm thinking, because they layer the terrain over each other, that it should stay. I'll just remove the other chunk once I've left the area. Now, where am I keeping all of these tokens? I think they're over at the merchant, aren't they? That can go... Wait, no, this is the good pile. This is the scrap pile. Hammer can go... Suppose I'll put the tokens here for now. Let's see. Youngster, hello. You're back. You may have dodged a bullet actually disappearing when you did. We've had massive technical issues. Right. Smash. Smash, smash. Now the thing I want to test, this thing is invulnerable to damage. So, smashing it with a hammer is the only way to get rid of it. Current theory is that doing that is what breaks the terrain. So we're going to leave it and we're going to run away. And I think once we actually leave the area on foot, the treasure chest should eventually just despawn and the terrain should go back to normal. In fact, while we're here, let me actually show you. Is it already gone? No? Okay, there it is. It's very fascinating. The terrain just... Why do you make a liar out of me, game? Okay, that's not meant to happen. Nor has that happened ever before. Okay, I'm leaving. It's not acting the same way, so I have nothing to prove nor anything to show. A good streaming techie issue. I know, I cursed it earlier. I dared actually run my intro, which now is officially allowed. Welcome to the mess that is my stream. And I dared make a comment about it actually being... it's been behaving lately. Heaven forbid, half hour later the game completely locks up, my computer completely freezes, and nothing responds for a good 10 minutes. I had to force the computer to restart, after which OBS still isn't behaving because it's using 3 gigabytes of RAM, which it's not meant to. It's meant to use 700 megabytes. 600 on a good day, 900 on a bad day. For some reason, doesn't care about that. Oh, no, it doesn't care about that until right now, where it's dropped its resource count down to 600 megabytes. I'd almost be frustrated if it wasn't just working in my favor. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, for no reason, inexplicably. Oh, lordy. Do I run OBS in admin mode? No, I do not. OBS doesn't know how to run in regular mode. OBS can just behave. I tell my computer what to do. Honestly, I really want to switch off of Windows. The idea that programs need administrator access to install is not really my cup of tea. I get it though, because app data is a system directory. If you want to install things to app data, then you need to allow administrator privileges on installation. But I concede that, right? I will concede that I allow programs to install with administrator privileges so long as they don't need to run them with administrator privileges. Hence why I'm thinking of moving off of Windows. It doesn't protect my file system as much as I'd like it to. No program should need root user access. And, you know, that's just the flaw, I think, of the Windows system in and of itself, because it is running in a way that it protects parts of the file system which should be open to programs instead of locked away to the operating system. Ah, ha 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 ha. Can we fix this now that we have... Now that we have the world gem fixed? Can we get that back up? Oh. Theme is repaired and the grass should no longer grow back across the terrain there. We're still down a circling core, which I do need to get. Start putting stuff in this chest and deal with it later. You know what? We're gonna go through these berries down at Peppa Pig. I mean, Linux does require root user access for some things, but I have to opt into it. There should be no program, even on Linux or Windows, that requires root user access. And that is going to vary greatly depending on what version of Linux you're running, because I imagine Ubuntu is basically just Windows with a new skin of paint. Or probably closer to Mac OS, really, if you're going to compare the two. I don't like Ubuntu. I'd be probably using a very strict... Honestly, here's the thing that sounds weird. If you are familiar with Linux kernels, I like the Debian kernel, but I don't want to use Debian. So I've been messing around with Kali Linux because it cuts most of Debian out and puts a bunch of ethical quote-unquote hacking software on there. I've been messing around with that system lately. I'm thinking, instead of running Kali, I've already been messing around with the bootloader, I've been messing around with the grub bootloader and all of the systems at the kernel base level. I'm kind of just thinking if I steal the XKCF, I think that's what they're called, XKCF interface, and just take the baseline Debian kernel with nothing else attached, why not make my own distro that does exactly what I want, doesn't have any of Kali Linux's backend, doesn't have any of Debian's backend, except for maybe some of the core programs, right? Why not? I mean, I've already basically messed around enough with the bootloader to be able to get it working, but like, it wouldn't... Yeah. There's a couple of parts of the bootloader that still elude me. Some of the menus that I boot into, I sort of stare there and go, I don't know what I'm doing. There's one of the systems at the kernel level that I need to figure out is actually how to allocate a memory disk or a virtual disk to the boot process so that I can load the operating system out of the wherever it's stored. But the memory disk is one of the more tricky parts that I'm trying to figure out because I can't find any help documents or any documentation period that actually explains how to properly manage and use that system if you're trying to configure it from scratch. Besides that, I'm actually pretty past my house. We need to go northeast. Northwest? Northwest. Hello, workbench. Missing a workbench, workbench. Why is my workbench missing a workbench? Because I have you to go. But then if that's the case, where's the wood? More copper here. Guess I'll leave another one down. Okay, the thing I've... me? Choking and suffocating on my own words. The thing I really like about moving across to most Linux kernels, but, you know, have your favorites, pick your own poison, is that every application is in its own sustained, almost its own contained environment. You have the apps folder, the library folder, and all those other systems in the file structure, but it is quite functionally Android. Android is an offshoot of Linux. And the way Android works is that each app is installed in its own ecosystem and runs from its own ecosystem, entirely separate to the operating system and any of the operating system's functions. I find that infinitely preferable to any of what Windows does. I've ended up running south again somehow. He spawned due to no workbench, but I mean, it can't have been destroyed very long ago. I've not been in this area for a while. And the only one around was that single great ore. Unless I pass nearby. I mean, actually, I might be close enough. That's with spitting distance from home, actually. Maybe it was destroyed a while ago. I know the render distance is not the actual calculative distance of things in the game. I've had trolls outside of render distance come and sniff me out the moment I place a workbench because they've heard it or some nonsense. Which is fine. But as far as the actual boundaries are concerned, it doesn't seem to be limited to the chunk that you're in. The server seems to do a bit more calculating outside of the chunk. I don't need stone. Probably don't need a resin either. Well, we have a piece of amber. We have enough Surtling cores to get another. We're going to go to the merchant anyway. So we'll build that thing. Did I put my things in here? Yes. How many times am I going to say thing? Ten wood. Do I not have enough Surtling cores? Oh, it's not wood, it's stone. These two. Give me the 10 stone. 3 Surtling cores. 3 copper. Stone. Is that connected? Yes. Take these to the merchant. I think, what else do we have here? Apparently I already had a dump chest over there. Coins, seeds. Things going to the merchant can stay there. What are you? A weightless attack speed magic club? I mean, you're just being destroyed. And I mean, keep the fine wood here. We're only going to need it again in a bit when we come back and collect it. Seeds, berries, mushrooms, honey, berries. have Great Fires full. We will need 10 for the portable. Maybe we'll leave some out here in the dumping chest. Yes. Oh, sorry. Hang on. I've missed a couple of comments. Useful little inside tip. Give it greater priority. Actually, yeah. Give it greater priority is the exact opposite of what I'm going to do if it misbehaves. I give it low priority. And then I tell it to bugger off. And then I use a different program if it still doesn't work. Programs listen to me or they don't get used. I'm very stubborn with my systems like that. Alright. Claim reward. Dogmosin of Might. And Tyvase, the spoiled one. Who are you? You're just a great off? Hello, Sparkle. Welcome back. Today has been a sad day. Outdoors treasure finder? Dwarven crafted ring in the shape of a dragon, supposedly.
Don't drink and that's say drink only water and milk. Else your bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim, water is health as fuck, bitch. You better drink water, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch.
Thank you. Oh, coastal town is there. Thank you for the hydrate. Lovely. Where is this one? North of home, back where that camp is. And that lovely lake. I want to set up a house at that lovely lake. It was so picturesque. But the problem is I can't build nice things. I really struggle to do so. Now, where are we? Because we need Surtling cores to get home. And I think I'm going to be greedy. I'm going to take these 2 treasure maps as well. Massive mountain? Black Forest 9. Okay, so the mountain ends there. We could head south to the pig farm and head home. Or we could head north and try and find another Surtling core. We are missing. Missing that. I'm gonna run into a wall for a bit. At least the FPS is behaving now. See, this is what I mean. Tell a program how you want it to behave. Don't kowtow to its demands. Or else before you know it, you lose access to your computer to everything else telling you how to run it. Although I will say, more so than how the program management works in Windows, one of my big reasons for getting off with the system is the compulsory updates. Hey, I think Windows Update system is out of date at this point. The fact you have to take your system hostage to do anything with it, I think is a bit archaic. I mean, that is a feature all the way back from Windows 3, Windows... birth of Windows, and they just haven't updated it. They replaced the kernel with Windows 2000, and I suppose they are now replacing the kernel with a Windows system. Windows is replacing its kernel with a Linux kernel at the same time. You can boot into either or at this point, depending on what your system prefers. Well, that's Windows 11 specifically. Windows 10 won't be getting those features. There's enough of the kernel already in the back end, though, that you can install a Linux operating system over the top, or at least a Linux terminal-based operating system. Command line operating system, I think there's the level they have. You get a choice of several key Linux kernels to install over the top too. And you can run them parallel, all from within your Windows operating system itself, which is interesting. But come with Windows 11, they are just implementing, I think they're using the Android distribution, which is interesting choice, but I mean, they could have made their own offshoot. They have made their own decisions there, and I'm sure they have thought them through well. But, to say all of this, I'm curious whether or not Windows itself starts updating its kernel with something a bit more up-to-date with the Linux system. Their current default, if you install the Linux kernel on Windows 10 or 11, the current default is actually Ubuntu. But I believe the one they're implementing into Windows 11 is the Android kernel. They've at least got a lot of Android, and straight up, Android icons for the settings and Android icons for all sorts of other OS level things that started appearing in Windows 11. As well as the interface. I believe actually the interface is almost entirely Linux based at this point. Kill it. Oh dear. Why am I out of stamina and why is this so frustrating? Give me my deer. Give me my deer! I'm gonna go sit at Howdor's camp and I'm gonna actually get my rest, come back all the way here, and I'm gonna hunt this deer down. Where are you? No, I know you're here. Where? Where? Just magically disappear behind a tree and despawn. I don't even have the materials to get back home. Hello, sir. Well, that went right over your head. What an adventure that was. You're using my emote at work and you've named it broadbrain.jpg. I'm terrified, Sparkle. How on earth have you started using my emote at work? I mean, you've saved it, but how on earth have you integrated an emote with other people at work? Do you just send it to them when they do something dumb, or when you type silly things to co-workers? I imagine that might get you in trouble. I'm fascinated to hear more, but I'm also terrified of what you're actually doing. Snapshots? Oh, because time lets us send pics GIFs. Okay, but that's mechanically how. I'm curious about the social how. You've gone and we've got a crypt over here too, actually. Let me mark this spot down. Okay. So, what on earth is occurring that is causing you to be able to send those gifts without just being questioned or fired? We will eat in a second. Oh, actually, there's the crypt and there's a gold. There we go. What the heck? Drop a gold. You're a 1 star. You're a no star. Is that a great orb? Just randomly dropped a gold. They don't care. Well, I suppose that's one way to go about it. What? Are you kidding me? No, I don't think it's kidding me. I need wood. 10 of it to make, or 20 of it to make a workbench and another chest, but I suppose we can go pick up that other chest. That'll be fine, and we'll go collect the other chest, shall we? Should also return to Howardall once we're set up here. I put all these things back in his chest we've got over there. Yeah. Is there way worse stuff than this? Like a T-Rex making a bed? It says whenever you are sad, imagine a T-Rex making a bed. That's not worse than mine. Alright, well there's nothing worth keeping in that. I'm just gonna leave it behind to despawn. Don't need any of that. Well, let's start mining out. Should we head back first or should we start digging out this rock? This is we're gonna go back to the guy. Tokens as well. Leather pants. Level 3 gen, 24 health critical, armor plus 14, and lightning damage reduction versus stamina regen. I think these win, but we have to upgrade them. Or a cup of coffee to your manager. It says my life is a T-Rex with a crying T-Rex on it. Saying I want to get it. You want to get him the cup. That one sounds a bit more risque. If you're talking about things that might get you in trouble. 3 more stones. Well, I suppose we're not going to be short on that, are we? There. Gaff is actually a word. They don't gaff. Which is, I believe, synonymous with stuff up. Gaff is a mistake or a light-hearted mistake, I would say. But this is becoming more and more known around here. I apparently suck at acronyms. Give AF is what that one means. I know. I'm going to say it out loud so everyone else knows that I know. Manager laughed and said he was going to buy it right then. It's always good when you have people you can that are not serious, especially when it comes to things like work. Business managers that take that job seriously are the worst, especially when they get anywhere except doing paperwork. Business manager in a public relations position is nightmare material. also wondering why you carry around 4 torches. Never even use torches and avoid picking them up. These are my dungeon clearing torches, so we'll actually be using them when we enter in here. Because all of them have bonus stats. This is pierce damage +4, club skills +3 and lightning damage 1. This is poison damage 2, and fire damage +3. Which I find hilarious given it's already a torch. It's a torch, but it's extra torchy. But yes, I probably shouldn't keep them on me, but I do. I could keep them in like a raid chest at home, and then anytime I set up a place like this, all I'd have to do is portal home, grab my torches and come back. And that would give me a bunch of extra space. Which I've said out loud, and now we'll start doing, I think. Ugh. Warstone. I think this is the wrong one, isn't it? Yes. I can't make a workbench here. There's no space for it. Even this is the one you, even if you dig under, doesn't actually work. Sad. Telling my co-worker I'm having another drunk stream, but this time playing Fallout New Vegas on hardcore, and then said, I know I'm super smart with the face. And there goes that. I would have to break this to move it, but there's nowhere it fits that has a roof. The best you can do is placing it here with a bit of a roof extension coming out of the cave. There's no spot for it where it works. There's no point pixel hunting either, except just to keep it out the way. Because it doesn't have a roof. You can place it wherever. Alright. I need you to go like there. That fine? Yes. Do we have any spare wood over here? Yep. That's fine. And just sit. Think that'll be fine, even though it's a bit low. We can get around that. There we go. Okay. If we can do an angled roof, I want it to be shallow. Nope. High roof it is. Right. Mash that up, move the chests over. No, we need the wood. Gold, currency, currency, currency. Raise, meat, good stuff. Junk. I don't know why that wasn't picking up. We might have thrown it out. We are low on food. Well, I suppose we're taking some berries into there. I feel bad eating berries, but do what you gotta do. What are we getting rid of fourth? First is going to be pierce damage, because that's the least effective against skeletons. Right. Only good one would be fire damage and blunt damage, both of which a torch does. Yeah, but this is doing more. They are just the weapons I use to clear out groups. And we are going to be getting rid of the useless ones first. So pierce damage is up. That ends ahead. Left. It also means that the way is fairly lit. Which is why I like using them for crypts, because it means I don't have to get a torch out and a weapon out. I can have my shield and the torch. Left, left. Cleared, sadly. There's a whole lot of nothing. It'd be nice if they had an extra special attack though. This is gonna be abysmal. Can we not even get one Surtling core? It's got a door. Oh, and mine went out too, did it? And another torch with no movement speed penalty. An even more useless torch. Use them as clubs and they disappear pretty quickly though. Left turn. There's a branch. Another dead end. Check your corners but turn left, and we have completely beaten that cave with not a single Surtling core to show. What an abysmal waste of time. But at least we have a camp, right? I mean, that's basically all we got out of it. A camp. Still. Oh well. What are we taking back? 3 stone. All of this can stay. We want the armor. The rest has to come back. These can stay. That was a bit of a sad bit of chest marker. We'll head back and see if we can't find another one on the way, shall we? I think we might have to start looking elsewhere for a certain cause. We still have the northwest. I think that area up to the mountain is all full. Black Forest, whether or not it's got any certain cause or crypts at all. So we have nothing more to sell really, but I suppose we'll check whether or not we've got new stock. I don't think I have a lot of money. No, 42 gold isn't going to get me anything, is it? 10 minutes? Sell these. We'll sell them next time. honey while we were gone. Right. So, let's get a couple of trophies out and see what we can actually manage with these runestones. Gonna drop some stuff off home, do we? Throw it into the wall there. We disenchant any of this? No, we'll do that first, shall we? Or we can just get rid of the torches here, actually. Why not? I suppose we keep that for the time being too. Now, sacrifice all doesn't work, and I don't know why. I don't know what I need to sacrifice everything at the same time. Unless it has to have identical effects, I'm not sure. But all of this is based, it's either been beat already or it's not worth keeping at all, so... We dropped all of our stuff behind us, so we can just keep clicking mindlessly until we run out. Now, I'm just going to dip back through and back again so I can grab all my gear back. The laziest way to pick things up after throwing into the ground is portal away and back again. Missing E 6 times. Icky. Go. Much better. Now. Helmet, knife, bow, cultivator, stack, breaker, hammer, axe, other axe, pick, build, and it's done. Now to find out what all of these are good for. Leather pants. That bone. Leather to upgrade them, right? $12 leather. Right. I'll have to go deer hunting then. So this is where oh! Ah, sacrifice the trophies. There it is. Right, sacrifice all. I see. Okay. New crafting recipe. I already have all of these. Make a skeleton trophy. Okay, we have a lot of rare shards, but I still don't see what to do with them. Go back here. Nope. Enchant. Nope. Am I not wearing my armor? Oh, yeah, let's put that on, shall we? So these are different recipes. Right, you can just... Magic shards go into most of the other stuff, it seems. 20 of those, 10 of those, and 10 of these. We have enough great off eyes and enough bones that we can actually just burn some of the resources, I think. I wasn't expecting there to be this much stuff to do with the enchanting system. Alright. 2 shards make 1 dust. We don't have anything except shards. No, no runestones yet. But... See, the thing is I don't even have the recipe for it. We burn through some of these, shall we? We've got plenty of bones and we have plenty of great off eyes. I can actually make... Let's burn all of our great off eyes. Let's get 40 more. We'll leave... Yeah, we'll leave that. Can we make a boar trophy? Maybe I'll do that as well, shall we? Okay, you need some boar meat, but we do have 2-star pig farms here. You can't make a boar trophy. Can you not? I suppose if you can, it's a different ingredient. Right.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
So, sacrifice the skeletons, but I don't have the recipe at all. Okay, I'm gonna ask for a specific hint. What ingredient am I missing? No bird trophy. No bird trophy. My specific hint I would like is what ingredient am I missing? Because I don't have the recipes, which means I just haven't held something I need to hold. Once I hold the ingredient I'm missing, then the runestone becomes craftable. The enchanter is just the workbench upgrade. I don't think that's what I'm missing. That was all of my trophies, so if I've done something wrong with the trophies, they're just gone. To tell you that would be telling all. So the missing ingredient gives away too much. Okay, if your hint gave away less than what ingredient I'm missing... Oopsie daisy. If your hint gives away less than the missing ingredient does, I'm curious what it actually is. Hello, piggies. Everyone but Jack and Diane. Your time has come. Or been eating the mushrooms. Can you guys scoot out of the way, please? Thank you. You ate all the mushrooms, and I suppose the area is too tiny. Well, it's my fault as much as anything else. Don't fight Icathia again, that's the hint. No. You see, I had someone actually a little earlier come in and say that the boss grind has changed. So... No, I totally had. Maybe you need 10? 10 antlers to get the Icathia trophy? The Icathia trophy! It's the Icathia trophy, isn't it? But you get one from him, and if it's 10, no, because there's no recipe to craft it, is there? So the antlers do nothing. You can't craft one, you just need the Icathia trophy, which gives you the shield, the token, the thing. Yes, it all makes sense. There is absolutely 100% no Icathia craftable trophy though. Right. So the antlers do nothing. Sad day. But, breakthrough. The missing ingredient is Icathia's head. That's why it would give it away, wouldn't it? Let's cook ourselves some food and go hunt an Icathia. Let's go farm Icathia. Let's go farm Icathia, says the person who just burnt every single one of their deer heads in a sacrifice. Oh. Right. Well, we're gonna make some more boar jerky. Let's cook some. Make the rest. It's killing you as I got rid of the trophies. Well, things were learnt. As we started the second part of today's stream with, sometimes science is as painful as it is productive. Do need more deer meat anyway. And let's get Stream Raiders set up. Do we have a place for boar jerky? We're gonna have to make another food chest, aren't we? We can go here for now. $49.20. Please update to get the latest. Update available. If you open Chrome. Oh lord, okay. Update. You better do it in client or I'm gonna be upset. Oh, thank heavens. It has an in-client updater. The chest back at the burial chamber. You might be right. You may well be right that I left a couple back there. I hear one over here. start on this honey, shall we? Because I had someone come in, to sort of finish a thought from a couple of minutes ago, I had someone come in the other day, and they were talking about how what I thought we were talking about was epic loot, but they said bosses now can spawn with random effects and all sorts of other things of the sort. And it absolutely baffled me that there was a chance I could get an Ichthyer with bonus fire damage or something. Because if you got, I mean, think if you got bone mass with electric damage, because it's already raining in the swamp. Bone mass with electric damage when you're just breaking into the metal armors to try and survive swamps in the first place is the last thing you really want to be dealing with. Which I think was actually why he brought it up, because he was talking about the fact that it was a complete slog having to fight a bone mass with those sorts of buffs. Where did that deer go? I know you're over here. I heard you. It's illegal to hide. What do they mean the upcoming update? No, it seemed they were talking about a fight that had previously happened, because they said it was taking forever, or did take forever, to kill bone mass. That was my question originally, was, are you talking about a different mod? Basically me just sort of begging that that wasn't going to happen in my game. Can I smash it now? No, it's still impervious. I don't know. I also weirdly have seemingly passed by the deer that was making noise, and it hasn't made any noise since. There's another one. 2 trophies, so we can fight one. You can play the new update? Maybe they were. No. Well, he's... You received my ire after the deer ran away. What's the right way to use that word? Receive ire, I don't think is correct. I highly recommend you back up your game first, because you can't get back up on this. Oh, are we talking about the mod, or are we talking about vanilla? No, I played the new update, and for the most part it does... Well, actually, there is something I want to test, because a lot of the mod I've been playing on other people's worlds, not my own. But I've been curious about that. I want to go in one of my own worlds. Thank you. I want to go in one of my own worlds, run the new beta update for Valheim, and I want to roll it back and see what happens. But I'm also testing it both ways. I'm sure the world will just error out and have problems, or it'll load weird holes in the ground where nothing exists. That's going backwards though. Another thing I want to test is going forwards. Because something I keep hearing, although I'm not seeing any evidence of it actually happening in game, is that you're not allowed to explore mistlands or mountains because that affects how much spawns in those areas. But they said the same thing about Hearth and Home. For the best results, please start a new seed, and almost everyone I knew wasn't going to do that. So I want to take one of my worlds where either I just use my creative world as a guinea pig, run around and explore a mountain, And then I want to load up into the beta to see how it actually changes the mountain. Or if the mountain is actually unchanged. That is, I guess, the crux of the question is whether or not anything happens at all. Because everything else that's been in the game has sort of happened on the fly. I mean, the Mistlands are now empty. Although, to be fair, you can still find old Mistlands if the world generated it before the update. So I will be curious to know how it works. I'm hearing these deer, but I'm not seeing them, and none of them have dropped a trophy yet. Trophy and an epic loot? Take it. No trophy? On a 1-star? He had antlers. Sad day. The game... Look at me, the game knows what we're doing, does it? Although... Here's the question. If the missing recipe ingredient is Icathea's head, how come I don't have the recipe discovered? Because I've carried one, got his ability, and taken the Icathea head over to the spawn stones. I've physically handled Icathea's head before. I don't understand why it wouldn't have the recipe in my crafting bench. Unless there's some trickery they've pulled where Icathea head and the workbench upgrade must occur at the same time. Possible. Another deer. Is this not the world where we had Icathea right? Yes. For a stone's throw away from the spawn, we had an Icathea spawner as well. We'll do that one again, shall we? Late. Throw the arrow down at the ground. Speaking of, let's munch on some stuff, shall we? Speaking of what? You think things and don't say them. Ah, okay. So I guess Icathea just drops something else, and it's not the trophy. Interesting. I guess I might have to take a quick break. Oh, are you kidding me? The branch was right in the way? Where are you? Where are you going? I have more stamina now. The jump killed it. I've rested. Come back. Going. Got him. There's another one nearby. Did you know, actually, the first time we killed Icathea, he actually dropped his own Stagbreaker, which I thought was phenomenal. Stagbreaker made from Icathea's own horns. We've replaced it since. This one we just got randomly as part of a random loot. We have to know where that other one dropped now. We do. A torch! Oh, yay. My favorite thing. Yep. Trophy? We have one trophy. So we don't need to clear space for another trophy at least. I'm gonna go sit in this house. Quickly need to run out and check on my... I've got like a candle wick burning So I'm gonna sit here and I'll be right back.
The heron eats many fish. And sometimes frogs and snakes or crawfish.
My Steam overlay isn't working. What happened to Steam?
The heron fishes in shallow, reedy waters on lakes or rivers.
In-game
After fishing
overlay.
in one place for a while,
Control
you may
Shift
fly on
Tab.
to
Why
another
is it not
favorite
working?
spot.
Game overlay UI? There. Doesn't want to work.
The heron
End task. I'll reboot it if I have.
The heron eats many fish.
Either way, alright. I'll be back in a sec. It's only a quick break. I just need to check on one of my incense candles.
The amazing magpie from
Melon.
the plains of North America. He's a daring acrobat, a mathematical and musical genius. And so, on with the show.
Well, check. Nothing to be concerned about.
He's watching.
It must have just been the last bit of the candle we've burnt down and started smoking more than usual. I'm glad that the smoke alarm didn't go off.
See how he is built. He is not at all like
Shut most of it off. I shut most of OBS off.
but he too is a
Told OBS to basically bugger off with everything it had on and running in the background. It keeps like 17 different browser elements running
on a dead
every time you
branch
start it
over
up.
a stream.
Some of them are for the interface, some of them are for plugins and things you have installed.
One watch post.
I have, for example, one of the things I have installed is Stream Elements Live, or se.live, as it's called in the program. We need another deer head. All of those run as browser plugins or browser modules underneath the OBS program as child applications or child processes. If you kill them all off, you can then restart the ones you need, and the other ones shouldn't come back until they're called in. But I left Steam alone. It's just for some reason I don't have. I mean, I should be running Valheim. It boots Valheim from Steam and it runs the mods over the top. Steam overlay is enabled while in game. I did try rebooting the Steam game overlay UI.exe. It still doesn't want to behave though. I'll get rid of the client web help, will I? I never know which things of Steam's do what. They all just sort of sit there with the same name in the program, and you can never tell what it actually does. Access the Steam community while playing. Press Shift Tab, and it don't work. Which is a shame, so hopefully I don't need to use the Steam browser at all during this. Because for the most part, Steam actually behaves. I don't normally have to fiddle with anything Steam is doing. If you tell it to stop downloading, it'll stop downloading. Oh well. Unless... No, I can normally bring up the overlay even if I've locked the account. I'll unlock it either way and see if that helps. Won't even sign out of friends. Still not happy. That's enough distractions for one day though. I'll just have to reboot Steam. There you are. You hi? Too low. Still too low. Thankfully he just gave up on life. It's 2 deer heads. Let's head back up north. "28 wood, that's more than enough for a temporary camp, but we don't have any materials to portal home. I'm not wandering home and back again just because I have boss fight materials. We'll trade the 2 heads for the Agathia head. Actually, do we make a camp? We might as well cook this meat up. Because I think we're going to need 3 slots for the walk home by the sounds of it. Speak on. Oh my word. What is this? And why am I stuck? $23 versus 35 stamina. I think our combo is going to be that for the time. Actually, 20, 30, and 10. We'll take the bonus stamina, I think. We don't really need the health. And let's set up a campfire. Sparkle redeemed Stream Raiders. What happened to that? There it is. The installation thing popped up behind Valheim and I missed it. 7 more deer left to cook. Stream Raiders update. Start menu shortcut. No desktop and do not give them any information about my computer. You? I disagree. One left. $19 on the jerky. Did we eat one of those just now? How long do they last? 2 minutes. Do we have a bukeberry? Let's actually see how much damage he really does. Drop a couple of things in here. Poison damage 3. Why not use that on him? There we go. That way. Hello, sir. We already broke the torch. It's fine with me. Are we not wearing a chest piece? Why not? We're way too late on that dodge. Two magical items. Yet another stag breaker. The second one he's dropped, is he guaranteed a stag breaker? Hang on. A weightless stag breaker and a pierce damage stag breaker. Okay. Well, this camp Icathia now. Well, we have two stag breakers. The Icathia trophy. No recipes popped for us though. Suppose we'll head home. We'll leave everything there as it is. Oh, we need to take our stuff back with us. We'll head home, which I think is southwest. Do we just keep grinding Icathia? Did we not get what we were meant to get? I got it. So it must just be the Icathia head then. We'll see, because no recipes popped, so... There we go, I suppose. Cool. So you need to farm Agatheas. And from what you've mentioned, it seems like there is nothing to worry about when it comes to super duper bonus angry scary versions of Agathea popping up. Warlock, welcome. Computer completely crashed. It wasn't really a blue screen, it was just a death. Apologize, I am still here. My partner is, well, 2 p.m. I don't know how long my partner's been awake for, but he just popped in, so I'm having a quick chat. Do my best to joggle between the two conversations, but we need more serving. Did I keep them here? No, no, no.
By the way, do you happen to know what the fine is here in Cyrodiil for
Criminal scum.
just asking?
Actually, speaking of, Sorry, computer's been acting up as well. I need to restart. How is the NoCraft run going? I finally got a hint to getting those runes. To be fair, it had never crossed my mind about going back and fighting the bosses again. I mean, it kind of had, right? Because I wanted to go back and fight the bosses to see if they dropped higher chance loot. I got a stag breaker from Ikathir, which is above his pay grade, I believe. He should be dropping Meadows gear. I got 3 stag breakers total from the guy already. I feel like he's being awfully generous to me. But apparently you do need his trophy in order to get the blue rune page set up. Runestone. So you left the voice channel. I thought you got bored. No. I can jump. Well, look, do you have access to my Discord? I'm sitting in mine at the moment. I suppose we'll have to do introductions since my partner's also there as well. Hence the position I'm in where I can't leave my partner. Well, he just got here. It would be rude to disappear the moment he arrives, is what I should say. So I'll be sticking around in my Discord for the rest of the morning, I think. Don't need resin. Very close, because it is. Eat one of those, get the space for one of these. Love, with a durability plus 60. That's pretty even awfully great, won't lie. I feel like durability plus 60 might be the bare minimum for a durability buff that I would take. Then I have a couple of things here with durability plus 80 for the hammer. Do I have durability on anything else? What I did. There, 75 on the bow as well. 60 seems like a lowball offer. Why was that deer running away? I wasn't even close to him. Actually, Warlock, I didn't even think about it. I was in the voice chat for quite a while. It would have actually been... I would have left the voice chat in Jonathan Raymaker's server at the same time my computer basically shut down. Has he moved? No, that whole time he didn't care. Still no trophy? What are we getting rid of? Blue stone? Or weightless pants? They're not worth. What? So I wonder how the runestone stuff works. We'll get rid of these too, shall we? Everything else seems to have a transfer up rate of 5 of one thing goes up to the next tier of the next level. So if we kill Agadir 5 times, we get 5 trophies, then we might be able to make a gold level enchantment out of it. Maybe. We're gonna need a lot more deer hunting to deal with that though. Sporadically wandering around my home, trying to find deers off in the distance by ear, probably isn't the best way to be going about it. Also out of stamina. She would bloody turn around. Oh my word. The AI movement in this is designed to be frustrating. It's pretending to be smart, but it's actually... I'm just calling it names now. They zip and zag and zip around whether you shoot at them or not. But it does result in a very, very decent system of movement where they can dodge your shots. All it takes is you shooting right before they turn, and it's frustrating, yet makes the AI seem like they're super good at dodging things. Like that. It's just because they keep turning. Oh. 2 trophies. Complaint over. That was the worst I've had in a while. Normally you can hit a shot when they're running away pretty well. Mostly in these plains. But sometimes you'll just get... one deer. That's a bit short, was I? Surprised that didn't kill it. This deer is surprisingly hearty.
Don't drink and say drink only water and milk. Else your bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim, water is health is fuck bitch. You better drink water, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch.
How quickly can we get 5 stone for a campfire?
Drink water, bitch.
Welcome back, Art. Well balanced. Thank you for the hydro. Let me grab it. Quick sip of coffee. Eek. No room. That wasn't 5 stone? Tea. It's a cup of tea. Yorkshire tea. I'll mark the area with a bat. Back. And one more stone. I'm carrying a full stack. Ugh. Okay. This will mark this location as well, I suppose. I just need one more stone. I can cook some of this meat up. Although that does mean we'll have 2 stacks of cooked deer meat now. I said coffee again, it's that one synapse. Yeah, it catches me out every time. Like I said, you can't half tell I'm a coffee drinker, can you? Just call all of the caffeinated drinks are just coffee for some reason. No. Get rid of this. What do we get? A wooden shield. Poison damage reduction plus 4%. That's one of the highest percentages I think I've ever got for the damage reduction. We have 3 trophies. We maybe have 3 stacks of deer meat. We're gonna have to go back home. I don't think I've ever drunk at a bar before. Well, no, not at a bar. I have ordered over like a, I don't know what you call it, like a British style pub, I suppose. There's one in town that has a pizzeria attached to it, and I go there for pizza, and sometimes I'll actually walk out with a bottle of ale. We have 3 stacks of deer meat. That's 6 and 10, which is 23. So we'll have 43 deer meat total. Which also serves coffee and other drinks and good food. Sort of. The restaurant and the drinking pub part are 2 completely separate things. The restaurant does the pizza. They're sort of off to the side. So if you want the pizza, you have to go to the restaurant. But the same building has pub. They don't do much except serve beer, but can we really we don't have enough wood to do anything. We lost 2 wood when we actually got rid of the fire. Stone we can make up. The blue thing over here, we'll probably drop the wood to get and we'll head home. Just more pants. Secretly also more resin and everything else. The deer meat is full at your vault. Take full responsibility. Speaking of, What I mean, we're in a meadows, he shouldn't be zigzagging, but he does. He can't figure out where to go, and I don't know what the AI does in plains and meadows like this. It just freaks out. All I need is another trophy. One more trophy, and I can actually go down and... Oh. Is that a pig? No. I hear a deer over there next to the oak tree, and there's one over here. There's always one here in these trees, it seems. Bastard. I'm back. I punched it instead. I don't need anything except the trophies. We have 4. I say I don't need anything except the trophies. We're gonna leave the blue bits here. Take the deer meat home. 5 trophies. Throw takes forever. And 6 deer trophies. 3 more agathiophytes. We'll come back up this hill and get the blue things. Bit of busy work. What do you call the place which has its own brewery, but also serves pizza, burger, and other quality food, but also has all kinds of drinks and live music? I don't know. We don't have anything like that here. There used to be one actually in a town close by. Sorry I took so long to read that actually. We do have one in a town, we used to have one in a town close by. Which was sort of, I guess it was kind of just a pub with a restaurant attached to it. It had a dining area in the same place you would order drinks, which I suppose is what I distinguish differently in this place. The dining area is cut off from where you order drinks. I need to throw all the stuff I'm keeping over here. That's not necessary because we wear it. Do that, and that out, shall we? And the rest. What do we have? Durability and glowing. Although, to be fair, despite the fact that I know they're owned by 2 separate people, they do have the same name. Like, they share a business name, but it's like a co-ownership. The restaurant and the pizza part is owned by one person who used to own a pizzeria actually nearby. He bought some rights to a franchise, or he bought shares to a franchise. And that was what he was running a pizza bar place from. Sorting through things quickly, sorry. Apparently we are full deer hide. Which means I can upgrade things. I don't know what I can upgrade, but I can upgrade something. Other than that, there you go. What eventually happens is the pizza guy who's bought into the franchise. Eventually, the actual franchise, the pizza brand he was under, closed up shop. They sold out. So he had all this pizza equipment and all of these recipes and all these staff that were trained up. Is one piggy? 2 piggies. I'll do it. That's fine. More piggies. Here we go. Coaxing my own player character at this point. So what he ended up doing was he moved in with the pub, the drinking bar, the whatever, I colloquial terms, never know what to call it. Because it is a British style pub. Brave little piggies. It is a British style pub. Oh, do we have stuff up here to collect before we forget? But yeah, now the pizza guy sort of joins with the British pub, and now they both work under the same roof and sort of also under the same business name. They've sectioned it off too. He has the left half of the... Oh, no, the drinking part is on the left half as you enter through the front door, and the restaurant and pizzeria is on the right. The one I went to was called Bean Shot Cafe. I've not heard of a cafe that ever sells alcohol. Well, no, that's not entirely true. I have heard of them. There's a few in Japan I've heard of. Great thin crust pizza and an amazing steak and banger lamb nachos. There is something I suddenly want to try. Lamb nachos. I heard the doomp. I'm going back. I'm a hoarder. Holy cow. All blue items already? I mean, we don't need the resin. We technically don't need the stone since there's already a campfire set up at one of these Agathia bases. How did that miss? Mushrooms! I've actually used a fair bit of mushrooms up breeding all the pigs. That homebrewed beer was top tier. It was all under the same roof. Is my overlay working? It hasn't been working, has it? And I think it's died. Well, there's the overlay. Where's the game? Alright, we're gonna turn it all off and back on again. There we go. Yep. just noticed that. I couldn't see chat in the overlay, which normally keeps a little bit of chat history. And I know Sparkle kind of disappeared a little while ago. I assume she's got a ton of phone calls at the moment, but she did redeem Stream Raiders Fight. So we'll get one of those going in a second. Why are we heading south? And how do we always end up going the wrong way? Whichever way the map tells us to go, we go the wrong way, without fail. 8 deer trophies. I won't say no. Or Icathias means we actually get to see if we can upgrade to a yellow token. Target locked. Missed. Come on! Come on! Come on! No running. That's better. Look at that. What is that? That actually would not have worked if someone... It didn't work. We also do need a bit of flint, don't we? Take the flint. We'll leave the wood behind. No zips lips? I don't know what I even said. Oh, you can't upgrade them? You really have to wait that whole time? Do you mind? I'm busy. Busy. That's all of them? Climbing. You come over here. Let's get away from all of this mess. Let's come into an open area where we can actually fight. Still extra damage when it's raining. I don't have enough. So you were my death. It looks so small and soft. Awkward time. Mines. I I don't even mind you attacking, it's the knockbacks that are so frustrating. I like knockbacks when it's on my own shields. One down. Two down. Almost broke our flint knife doing this. Which incidentally is why we need more flint. Tier 1 flint knife. I see a gold off in the distance. More blue. Come on. No competition, really. Right. Now for the awkward part. I need to either collect 10 wood and put down a workbench, or just dump everything here and come back for it before 2 days' time. Might go for the workbench option. Did my berry bushes get destroyed? They did. Agathia destroyed my berry bushes. Well, no, I don't like them very much at all. Got followed by 2 bots today. See, I normally judge a bot by how interactive it is. But there have been a couple of times where I've had people follow that don't reply. Like they'll follow and then just go back to either lurking or they weren't really there in the first place at all, I suppose. And that is the question. Whether or not they are real. I don't mind people lurking. But when, I don't know, to me it's suspicious if you click a follow and then all I usually do is say like, oh, how are you going? How are things? Do you also play Valheim? Unless I'm cluttered in my thoughts, I suppose. Why did this go there? Why am I being attacked? Go away. So many fours. I have 19, so we can go and set up a workbench. Put it here. What now? Good lord. I suppose the point I'm sort of suggesting there is that I don't actually know. When it comes to a bit of ambiguity like that, it's hard to sometimes tell whether or not someone is really there. Because, I mean, there's nothing wrong with lurking and simply not engaging with chat. I will say it does put you on my sus radar if you bot sus radar if you follow and don't say anything. I don't know. Because we get the opposite, right? Some people won't say anything for an hour, but then they're lurking and then they'll eventually follow and then start chatting. So, what to say? Don't think that. A trophy? Do we really need... Okay, we're gonna go back and we're gonna throw down some more stuff. We do not have deer hide. I guess we threw the deer hide out, unless that's over there somewhere. There are 2 things out, and I think we're picking up 2 things from the deer. Wanted to make you famous, they're getting smarter. Yeah, you actually, I had one that whispered to me the other day. It was the same message. It was like, oh, want to buy bots, followers, and subscribers? And it sent me a link, but it was all in a whisper. I mean, it's not like it's any less subtle. Nice try, running away. Did I really eat my last mushroom? Hey. There's that is the weakest link. We will pick it up on the way back, since we're going back to get all those blue shinies. What is this? Present, don't need it. Burns is a bot. Would a bot or Decepticon Ultron? Could he the big baddie? No, no, the 2 messages, I know what those 2 messages are. Here I was going like, oh, people messaging me. No, I've been there for a while. Arcadia Trophy gives us rune stones, so ah! I knew it. What do these take? The hard antlers. Okay. Good. Hard antlers do have a use. Where did I put them? Gimme. You can wait. Does that mean you can just generate? Because you get 3 of these. 5 to 1. Okay, that is definitely diminishing returns. Still. And we have a yellow keystone. Let me think about this. 25 times, we've already done it 5 times, so we would have to do it 20. I could think we'd have to fight 20 more times to get a purple keystone. And we don't have the materials for it anyway. Do we just roll with a gold pick with a gold axe? Gold axe is perfectly fine, as much as I would love a purple. So we need to get rid of the stuff we're keeping. In fact, we have something to compare, don't we? Damage, attack, stamina, and... No, this is way better. Okay, that one's getting lost. I think we're good. We can sacrifice all of this. I might might start leaving some of this stuff at home. I need an extra chest just for my gear. And we're not short on any supplies. Can we put one chest under there? I'm not opposed to it, but I do still need to access the... We need to access the workbench, which we can. Okay. I don't like it. Go here. Farming for now. We'll go in here. What else? Because we don't need both axes, do we? And stack breaker. Yeah. So that'll be fine. I'm gonna sleep to try and get this storm to pass though. Like I say, as the storm immediately finishes what it's doing. Ooh. Right. We have another fresh supply of meat too. 23 boar meat, 38 deer meat, plus whatever's cooked, which looks like 24 and 11. Let's give this a go, shall we? I don't know how much we need. Give me the stuff. 5 of this, 10 of these, 5 of these. I wonder what the other boss trophies do. Will they just go up in tiers? I would imagine. I feel like they wouldn't make you fight Icofear to grind up all of these things. It would just go up in tiers. So you would have... You can't craft them. But I can see the... Okay, so... You've got the ones here. Like, Icofear gives you the magic runestone. Although, having said that, there's only 4 and there's 5 bosses. But I would imagine Elder would give you the rare. Or maybe more of the blue, right? Maybe they just duplicate the quantity. Then it's up to you to grind up. It could be either. Other bosses could give higher level or just more of the low level. I'm fine with either outcomes. Now, we're enchanting. 80% chance for 2 effects. What if this is this is the thing, right? It says the chance for the effects to occur. It doesn't say anything about their effectiveness, usefulness, or applicability to what we're doing with the axe. And it's gonna be 20 more Icofear, which is 40 more trophies from regular deer. To get anywhere close to enough to get a purple bronze pickaxe. A pickaxe. It's a wood axe. I have to bite the bullet, right? Poison plus lifesteal? Not even too shabby. How's that? That's actually not a bad roll. I'm happy with that. Poison damage, can't go wrong. Lifesteal doesn't work on trees. Still, it's health critical too, but I don't mind. Now, bounty of the spoiled one. My pig farm. Pig farm is slightly closer. Leave these two here for now, shall we? These off. We have enough of these to trade up to purple. It's not completely absurd to say that we could have gone and got purple axe. It's definitely a lot more effort than I think I could do at the moment, though. I think it's a fire nearby. Do we not have wood? Entry. Just one will do. Thought I had bees. Didn't bring the butcher knife. Should I have? It'd be nice if they didn't all gravitate to the corners. Now, southeast from here is the treasure. Or is it a bounty? It is the bounty. Off we go. Let's see if we can't find any more crypts on the way. We're gonna need about 10 wood to 24 wood to set up the camp if we find a crypt. Minimum 10 to get the workbench at least. Also need 5 stone. Mates, how are you going? I don't have my... Oh, okay, that's frustrating. I left my cultivator at home. This would teach me. This is why I bring it with me everywhere, because I get annoyed when I whack the ground. I hear the deer. I don't see the deer. There's the deer. They were shot by a mile. Recalling on this knife, I'm gonna have to learn how to throw it properly. It's so high variance though. Throwing it mid-range doesn't seem so bad, but throwing it super far is just an absolute nightmare. Should we get more tin? How's the NoCraft going? Well, the game has been treating me well. No complaints whatsoever. We've finally been able to enchant the bronze axe we bought from Haldor the other day. But regarding Haldor, we've kind of reached a bit of a I won't say stalemate, but we've stagnated our gold income. Because I keep buying treasure chests and all sorts of other nonsense from him. Am I showing dropped frames? No. Well, OBS has been complaining non-stop since I booted it up, actually. Nothing has changed. Weirdly, it's all green now. Complaining less at the moment. Check. Oh, OBS is actually still behaving. Look at that. Oh, we did drop out just then. We dipped down to 29 FPS for a split second. Maybe that was what... See, OBS is unreliable. They have all these stats and charts and graphs and graphics. But every time I try and rely on them for information, it seems just like we shouldn't be. So, I suppose... If it's still bad, let me know. Speaking of bad, I feel like I'm starting to lose my voice. Oh, hello. Quite a lot of you. I don't need a big parry. Technically don't need the resin, but it can go in here. We're heading away from Haldor, but I'd love to... We're gonna drop these off. We'll keep them. Resin, more resin. Dear meat, dear trophy, dear pelt. Oh, I need to go deer hunting. Have you got the stream set to auto? I normally run the stream until I can get access to the bonus resolutions. So if you set your Twitch to auto, it might have dropped you down a little bit, but everything is fine on my end. I don't even have complaining less than normal, and it hasn't dropped any frames. Where? Treasure? Let's go find out what treasure is. If I'm getting rid of anything, it's probably going to be these seeds. Now that I know boss grinding is a thing, I don't feel like that is the answer though. Do I have mushrooms? I don't have mushrooms on me either. I mean, it's still the seeds, isn't it? But mushrooms though? No. And I didn't find that treasure either. We can leave some more stuff in here if there's actually a chest. Oh, look at that! Stone. Leave these behind. We didn't even go get our scrap leather. Only we just looked a little earlier. Do we have any spare spots? No. Yeah, I don't really know. If the bitrate is... I mean, I'd have to get a confirmation from someone else if it's actually happening elsewhere. Refreshed and it's a bit better? Yeah, it's all fine on my end. I mean, I'm running above the bitrate I've set in OBS, so it doesn't seem to be that, at least. Need mushrooms. Here, another deer. Now, what else can we leave behind that we don't particularly need? Definitely those. I feel like maybe the boar meat too, because we're only going to be hunting deer for the time being. Three streams. I struggle a lot of the time with streams and different tabs because I only have the two screens. Absolutely love if Twitch gave you the option to put the chat below the stream when you split it side by side. But unfortunately they don't. Ooh, that was a bit of lag. World save. I only have two screens as well, which is why it's a bit of trouble, but hence why I would love if Twitch allowed you to put chat on the bottom. When you split, so when you snap a screen to one side, it'll use up 50% of the monitor. If you could do that and have chat below the video, even if it was just a really thin chat, I would like that a whole lot better. You can't, because it's all auto-sized and it's all changed on Twitch's end, so even if you inspect element and edit it like that, it'll probably snap back every few minutes or so, if not every time someone chats, because every time the code updates, it's just going to recall everything back from Twitch's client side, server side rather. Maybe there's an extension that does what I want. More mushroom. bonky cave? What's a bonky cave, me? Maybe I should consult my partner. Flint knife times 3, times 4. He moved. It's not good. Excuse me, I don't have enough health to be fighting you. Where's the Buke Perry? Where's the Buke Perry gone? Leave my berry bushes alone, you dick. Ow. Leave my berry bushes alone. I just got them killed by picking up the wood. Buke Perry is over here. It's awkward. Now just a troll to deal with. Don't need any of that. Three streams and you're running Valheim. Impressive. Which means your 3 streams are all on the same screen. He got bored and wandered back off. But we did chunk his health, so I'm only at him. Sir? The aim is a bit weak. Why do you seem off color? Is that the sun? It is the sun. That was way too early, but he just missed. Resize the browser when I watch up the 4. They would will be small. Ooh! Bronze plate leggings! Now we really do need to get some more bronze. What do they have? All armor, but only while health critical, and a pierce damage reduction, which I am definitely not opposed to. 6.8 versus 8. That's actually just a straight armor upgrade right now. Happy. And while health critical, we get bonus armor. That critical thing I don't actually know. I'd like to know the math behind it because sometimes it seems like it just doesn't do anything. I mean, I know the stats are quite functionally there. I just don't know how they activate or what what the math behind it is. Oh, that's what you mean one at a time. You switch between tabs. That's how I've usually been doing it. I have one full-size screen, and I switch back and forth. We leave all our meat there. I'm definitely gonna leave this here. I miss having my portal home. I want to keep adventuring. We're gonna have to find another Surtling core. Maybe I should check I've cleared this camp out, should I? That's a silly thing to say, of course I have. All the doors are open inward, so it's been done. We'll head over and fight this deer. Although, did we leave all of our meat in that treasure chest? No, 8 deer meat there. Although I wonder what... Oh, it's a deer. What do you think a deer has for its minions? Speaking of, where is this one? We walk past it. Or is there 2? Dreamer gets full credit for the view, up to 3. I've been wondering about that actually. Because I know if you have any Twitch friends, it's different from a follow. If you actually friend people on Twitch, it'll tell you who they're watching, but it can only say one person that they're watching. So I have been wondering that, because if I say for example I join Tuna Pickle stream, and I watch Tuna Pickle for a bit, and I see someone else chatting in Tuna Pickle stream, if I check my sidebar, it says that that person I see chatting, and my friend that I see chatting, if it says they're watching someone else, does their view still count for Tuna? I mean, I would think yes. I believe the question is whatever you're actively viewing at bare minimum. But I'm not sure. I also love if it wasn't so dark. Alright guys, we found another crypt. Let's get set up. Please don't be a dodgy one. Thank you. Why did the campfire go out? I don't have any of my tools coated for squishing ground. I use them so much. You get rid of them and then it's only then you realize how much you actually use these things. Why did my fire go out? Stone, wood, Surtling core, seeds, berries. We left something out here, didn't we? Yes. Hey, yeah, I've heard about the muting the tab thing. For some reason, Chrome decided that mute tab meant every tab of the same domain. So if you mute a Twitch tab, it mutes all of them. Which is why the best thing I ever did was went and grabbed an extension that let me mute tabs individually again. Oh, the moon is gorgeous. Full of deer meat again. Well, we don't have any clubs. Oh, we have a pair of pants we can drop off, can't we? Chrome by default is very demanding on RAM, but if you know how to tell it how to behave, it's actually quite streamlined. I don't have Chrome open at the moment, but I do know, last time I checked, I've got something close to about 500 Chrome tabs now, which yes, I will admit, is excessive. But Chrome uses less than 1 GB of RAM, because I told it how to behave and it listens to me. Chrome by default is an absolute RAM hog. But I've got my Chrome to a point now where it actually uses less RAM by default than Firefox does. Because I used to do, well, while streaming especially, or while running demanding games, what I would do is I would switch to the less demanding browser. Which is one of the reasons why I like the Steam overlay so much, is because Steam browser is basically, it runs on all the same backend that the rest of Steam does, so there's no real overhead for just turning on the browser. Minor overhead for running the website, mind you. But Steam browser is my go-to. Without access to Steam browser, so if I'm playing something on the Microsoft Store that's super demanding, etc., or an Origin game, for example, I used to go to other browsers like Firefox, even Edge or Internet Explorer. But now they all use more RAM than Chrome does. I still don't run Chrome, but it is a bit weird. Edge takes forever to boot. Firefox is probably the most streamlined of the lot, but it uses over 1 GB of RAM on it boots. Really, what is the big issue for me, and the one thing I don't particularly like about Chrome all that much, is actually the RAM. Not the RAM, the CPU. Chrome runs pretty well how I've got it set up, except for and up until you play any sort of video program, because for some reason I can't figure out for the life of me why, but hardware acceleration or not, Chrome seems to run all the video decoding on CPU. No matter what you tell it to do, that's the one thing I can't get it to figure out. Gonna leave these here, aren't we? Put those back. The berries, definitely. Carrot seeds. Deer hide, definitely. Probably cooked meat, definitely. Feathers. Trophy, you turn it into stuff, don't you? Or maybe. 2 spare spots. Why don't we keep them free? Mark this place on the map. No serpent cores, mind you. The one thing we did need is what it is, and on we go. That's one thing I haven't actually benchmarked on my computer, is how Firefox does for CPU and video decoding. I mean, you're dealing with Chrome, which uses around 20% when you load a single video up. I'm sure Firefox can't do worse than 20% to decode a video. And that's assuming even it's at 720 1080p or something else like that. I really want to fight another troll. Missed. I clicked the wrong button there. So, having copper armor definitely is an upside. Now, and take a few more hits. Downward swing still kind of hurts. That's gonna hurt, because I don't have any block, nor dodge, nor stamina. Need to roam around a little bit. You've cut down a lot of trees, which is making it very difficult to actually escape. The Gathir isn't ready. Well, I'm back here. Let's finish the job. I've got 60 health. Should we go cut down these trees and leave them over there at that camp we had set up, shall we? 7 forward. Maybe Firefox will be the one I have to go back to then. Because I don't mind a little bit more RAM usage. I can spare the RAM, but I can't spare the CPU, especially not when streaming. The thing that usually kills the stream is running a little bit too much CPU. Valheim normally likes to be around 50-60%. But running over where... This is my little... No, this should be a house. Upper Lake should be a house. Oh wait. Is there a chest in here? There is. You know what? We're gonna mark this down. And we'll go pick up all of our other stuff wherever we left it. What? With that? 305? What are we getting carried from? Can you... Oh. And I suppose something else to consider too. Percentage is relative to what CPU you actually have. If you've got the latest, greatest Ryzen, then yes, 20% is probably my 100%. Which is something else I always forget too. Percentages are great to measure by, but the raw stats are also sometimes important. Sometimes also hard to measure though. Now 536. That's actually the one I think. Is it the 36 is the one I think I'm looking to upgrade to? Is that the previous model, isn't it? Or is that is that an older model? Get rid of the steering, get rid of the forward. I'm still catching up. The numbering system for AMD's CPUs has always been, I say always, it still confuses me because you've got, well, similar to the i5, i7, etc. You've got the Ryzen 5 and the Ryzen 7. That's, I assume, directly translatable. But then when it comes to the actual numbers, I'm a bit more clueless. I think, from memory, I think it was the R5 3600X or something I was looking to get. I'm not sure. One of them. It was the one you could super duper overclock that had decent clock speeds to begin with. That's all I know. And if I have remembered that correctly, then that is last year's model, the one that just recently got outdated. Currently, I'm running on a CPU that's about 10 years old. $216 because I'm carrying this cord. Let's put the cord down because we're going to go pick more up. And the Lovely Lake is definitely... Lovely Lake is definitely a place we're coming back to. $5600X. No, yeah, now I'm not so sure. It might have been. I don't know what the current generation is. That's my problem with AMD, I'm playing catch up. Up until recently, Intel held the... Preferences aside, I think Intel held their ground when it came to the actual technological edge. But they've just done nothing for 6 years. The guy that invented... It's actually kind of pretty much all up to one guy at the end of the day. Because what happened was Intel had this guy in their engineering team and he was the boost from Pentium up to the i5s and the i7s. He was the guy that made that jump. And it was a massive jump and it was amazing. And then they let him go, I suppose, and they just kept iterating on the same design. AMD got this guy back, and you'll notice that as soon as he appeared on the AMD team, he started absolutely kicking ass over there, making technological leaps and jumps for AMD. Because Intel's kind of been sitting on their thumbs, thinking they just had the winning formula. They let AMD catch up and now succeed them. And in their panic, they've made tons of blunders that I don't even understand and find unappealing. One of the things they changed was they're stopping their CPUs from being overclocked, which sounds like cope because the CPUs can't even handle the base clock speed. The K series used to be the top dog. K series no longer exists. If you want to get the extra performance, you get something with no onboard graphic compatibility and built into the CPU. But the motherboard graphics won't work. You have to have a GPU to render things. Which, on paper, sounds fine. But the process and the thought that gets you to that point seems so backwards that I don't think it's a no-brainer at this point to just switch to AMD instead. Which is hilarious, because going back X amount of years, there were a day and a time where AMD CPUs just caught on fire if you ever clocked them the wrong way, or if you ran a computer hard enough, long enough. They weren't known for quality assurance. Which is why I used to be Intel through and through until they started dwindling all of that time and money doing nothing except iterating on the same design for 10 years. AMD snagged up the engineer, and yeah, took them less than a few years to catch up and succeed Intel's almost entirely on every front too. There is no reason I would ever look at an Intel CPU these days and say, oh, that competes or that would be as good as. Because, well, I mean, if you're talking about customer relations in like a pseudo sense, there's the deer, isn't he? You still run away? Oh, that makes this boss fight so much more difficult. Because, I mean, I'd say my CPU's 10 years old. That was the last time I bought an Intel processor, 10 years ago. 11 now, actually, it's the new year. This stuff up. And flint. I was half expecting him kinda just to fight me, but I suppose what's a deer gonna do unless they give him Ikethe's attack pattern? Leaving so many of these chests all over the place too. I do upgrade myself, yes. I buy the parts locally, usually, because I don't want to deal with shipping and handling. I would rather take it to a shop, to a guy physically, and say it broke, and he will go, yes. And then warranty will be handled all in shop. Infinitely more appealing than anything online. But yeah, I don't pay for labor or upgrades, I just do it all myself. I don't know. These boars the guards, and if they are... I didn't even see the deer. You must have to stay close to the circle, right? Gamble all, good job losing 2,335 birdseed. Yeah, the next gen AMD CPUs are apparently the cream of the crop. But to sort of go back a couple of steps, one of the other reasons why I think AMD have the cutting edge is their public relations. But it's not public relations, it's just how their design philosophy is entirely different to Intel's. Every few years, Intel makes a new socket, and every few years you have to upgrade your motherboard. AMD has apparently never done that. You do have to upgrade your motherboard to get newer features from your CPU, but for the most part, I could go right now, grab an old AMD motherboard from 6 years ago, and I could plug in a next-gen AMD CPU. It'll fit, I just won't get all the same features, and I might not be able to overclock it or something silly like that. It may not run graphics performance properly. There will be quirks to the process, but for the most part, old motherboard, new processor, it does have that compatibility, whereas Intel kind of just turn around every few years and go, nah, buy a new motherboard or else, no upgrade. And I love that. Yeah, I mean, I imagine eventually AMD would be forced to upgrade the socket purely because of limitations on the pins. They'll eventually need more pins, just to bring the extra horsepower along. Yeah. It would help if it wasn't so foggy. It would help infinitely if I could see more than 3 feet. Is he still running? Is he constantly running? I don't want to have to deal with this. And you! Great, you scared him off. He is, actually. Gotcha. Right, where's this chest? Golden shield? Have a look in a second, shall we? And another deer. What are we taking back? The flint? Perhaps not the stone. Got the place marked, we can always come back later. Now, treasure chest. 2 losses in a row. The gamble machine is effectively at it's 5% in losing's favor, so it's a 45% chance of winning. Still, percentages should be about 50-50. Should we leave? No. I don't want to keep having to run back to this chest, but such is the Valheim life when you're out of space. We will leave these guys behind as well, shall we? Where did we put that forehead? The chest is full back there. All I'm doing is good. Weight -80. What else are we getting rid of? Thorns 10%. Well, we're gonna head back home. I can't just keep sacrificing stuff to perpetually be out and about. The next CPU is gonna be the new socket. Honestly, I'm okay with that. I was going to upgrade my computer with my tax return from last year, but that fell through because apparently one of the jobs I was working wasn't reporting tax. So I ended up having to pay tax for that job even though I was overpaying for the other job. by the end of it, I got $20. Can't help it, but it's a little annoying to find out after a year of working for someone that they hadn't been reporting any of their tax income. That aside, didn't get the CPU upgrade I was hoping to get, because I was expecting a pretty big tax return since I do overpay my tax, with the intent of getting a nice check at the end of the year. Out the window, no CPU upgrade, no new motherboard. That story aside, I'm actually pretty okay. Hearing if the new socket is coming out soon, then that adds a lot of devaluation to the current generation of socket. So when it releases, I'll just have to wait another year or two until the next generation comes out. And when it does release, I'll snap up last generation, which is usually my plan anyway. You're gonna head off to sleep. No worries, Octo. Thank you for coming back in, having a... well, I mean... thank you for gambling away over your birdseed. We'll go to good use at the house, don't worry. We could fight an Agathir. We could go find the chest we left. The chest is over here. Eee, why not, right? You get a good night's rest. I hope you had a lovely day as well. Feel cold. Oh. We could take some Agathir heads home. Or we could leave them all here for later. Made my decision. Oh, quickly, we're gonna repair. I'd say about fighting a boss. Scary. One down. 2 more rune stones. Another stag breaker and some more embers. What can we take back? I'm gonna leave the stone here with the wood, the antlers, or deer trophy rather. The resin can stay. Arrows can stay. These 2 meats can stay, and we'll take the rest back, shall we? Well, you know what we're going to do with that wood instead, actually. Ourselves a rested buff because it's nighttime. I have been talking for a while, haven't I? I think when we get back, I'm going to take a break. I don't know when the last time I took a break was, but I'm going to go get a coffee refill. I said coffee again, but it's going to be a cup of tea. Now we have our rested. We'll head back down home. The direct south. No. What I want to do next is I want to head east, and I want to go through these 2 camps here. And then head up around north to the stone pile. And then continue around until we get to the bounty. With any luck, we'll find a couple of crypts in the area. Because all I need is 2 more settling cores, and we actually get access to another portal now. We get the portal home. I don't have the fine wood with me, but I'm sure we can get the fine wood pretty easily. The copper axe. So. Oh, come back. We owe Sparkle a Stream Raiders fight. She redeemed it and then hasn't been back for a while. I know she's working at the moment, so I'm not... Look, she redeemed the Stream Raiders fight, but I feel weird running that if she just then disappeared and had to go work immediately after redeeming it. I tell you what, let's get it started, and I think we'll just leave it ready to go so that when she gets back, if she gets back, we can run the fight, eh? Otherwise, I suppose we'll set a timer, say... It takes half hour for the actual fight prep phase, then you fight. So if we give her an hour after prep phase, we'll leave it there for an hour, and then we just run the fight until she comes back by then. Oh, I have to sneeze. Sadly, we waited, there was minor suspense I suppose, and after all said and done, it's only 2 effects, and they're not that great. I mean, this one has 3 effects. Elemental damage reduction, health, and faint while health critical. None of them beat our current one, though. Up here with a physical damage plus 20, not good enough. So, throw the 2 we're keeping on the bed and scrap the rest. Hold on. Almost. Suppose we're gonna take the pea farm. Are we keeping all of these? I think this is all my spare stuff, right? This is good stuff, this is spare. Fix the heads. I suppose we're taking these back, aren't we? What socket CPU am I using now? Skylake? It's a i5 1660K series. And can I just say, if it weren't... This is part of the reason I'm so upset with Intel, mind you. If it weren't for the K series, my CPU would have been useless years ago. The K part of my CPU has single-handedly carried me these extra 6 years. Although the 5th gen, was it 5th or 6th gen? Intel CPU wasn't terrible all in of itself. But I still stand by the fact. I don't think I'd be streaming right now if it weren't for the fact that I had a K series. The 6600 i5 K series is what I've got. Did I say 1660 before? No, it's the 6600 K series. You can't make... you can't make boar trophies with... Interesting. So what do you do with boar hide? Is there a point to boar hide? Oof. No. Seems a bit flat. What we can do is upgrade some of our armor. And that was it. That's all I can upgrade? Oh, right. Yes, because I'm not wearing fabric pants anymore, am I? Six. We don't have a tier 3 workbench. 1 bronze, 1 coal wood. 3 bronze, so do we have 4 bronze spare? We definitely don't have any ore, so this is the last of what we have. We have enough to make a boat. And 1 coal wood. Flint. 2 flint. Manage that. Technically, I can manage 2 upgrades, actually. Because it'll be 2, then it'll be 4, won't it? Yes. That's not so bad. Live with it. So, what's next on my list of things to do? Is that the boar hide used for tool and weapons? It's one of the few that hasn't had a different purpose since we've been using the mod. Now, did we leave anything around here for pickup? Camp and camp, I suppose we can double check those to make sure that they haven't got anything left behind. Claim the reward on this. 60 gold and 1 bronze or iron token, is it? Oh, it's not far from the pig farm actually. That's right on the lake. Well, we're gonna go see if we can't pick up anything over at these 2 camps. We're gonna have to start saving. I can't keep burning my money on treasure chests. It's 300 per treasure chest and I need to start earning money quicker than that. I think it's every 2 hours, isn't it? That it refreshes? Which is 4 in-game days, I believe. I'm pretty sure this one's empty. No fire. Oh no, there's the fire. Empty. Alright. North we go. See if we can find anything else. I'm really hurting without this portal system back up and running. Okay. Do we have anything set up here, or did I dismantle it? Possibly. A remarket? Jonathan, hello. Welcome back. I assume it's been through the night. For yourself, I suppose. Eat. It is a very good thing to have suggested. And now that we have a fight, I suppose I will comply. Best knife in the game. We've just finished, well, afternoon and then some, I suppose. I hope your day has been enjoyable. Me and Warlock did do some busybody work, actually, on the server after you left. We've got enough troll hide for both of you to get the rest of your troll leather going as well. I did a bit of menial labor with the piggies. We have another 1-star piggy and the rest have been cleared out. So we should be breeding 1-star piggies next time we're in. Just tiny things like that. I didn't want to get too carried away, but I will admit, I mean, all things said and done, I think I spent an extra hour in the server at the end of the day. Oh, went to bed at 9, way too early, so you've slept and are back awake. You don't need rest. But I'm back at my current point of contention, which is that we don't have a portal home anymore. We're missing the Surtling cores. I don't even remember what they went to. Ah, here's the garbage we left behind. Did we clear this out? Why is there no fire? Not those. We have 1 fine wood. What don't we need? We don't need resin. I mean, eventually we might need a little bit of resin, so I'm keeping it, but we don't. There's so much surplus resin, it's not even funny. I don't know why we have 7. We must have got 7 coal from the barrel. I'm fine with that. The feathers, put the coal, put the bones, drop that. Coins, bones. Deer hide can stay. And I think that's enough for the treasure and everything. I'm pretty sure we cleared this. And left, everything is open. We've cleared it. See an open door and just bail. I don't know if these things ever respawn. I think we're going to leave this as is. We're just going to keep heading west along the coast until we find a fresh one. I will need that wood back, actually. And some of the stone. We'll take 5 stone. Almost enough. Almost enough to get us sorted. What we'll actually do, if we find another crypt along the coast here, or even perhaps we'll go a little bit more inland, because we'll see a troll on the coast before we see a troll cave. So we can skip inland a bit, but what I think we're gonna do, it's been a little while since I've got up and done anything. I'm sitting still for quite a while. I'm gonna go get a cup of tea. Not just now. Next crypt we find, we'll set up camp and we'll jump inside and have a little nap. Let me have cave for a bit, so I can get a bit more caffeine in my system, I think. He does sound like a good idea. So are you planning to, well, I suppose having gone to bed so early, you're planning to stick around, or are you going to be disappearing back off to try and make sure your sleeping schedule doesn't get too out of whack? I'm definitely the kind of person where if I wake up, I'm just out of bed doing something. one of those things where if you don't fall back asleep basically immediately, I just give in. I get out of bed, I get up, I do something else. I pass out later. Because if you are going to fall back asleep for me, it's either going to happen immediately or never. Need another 3 hours of sleep, so I'll be up for an hour or so. No worries. What do you want now? Plenty of stuff to set up our camp. No, there's a spot there. You just have to let... There it is. Lord, one resin. What do you want? Oh my lord. Who of you? One of you hit me, but not the one I wanted to dodge. Which is good. A wooden shield. Not exactly the kind of thing I was looking for, but I won't leave it here. Okay, I'm using a wooden shield at the moment, so I can't knock wooden shields. There is still a chance it'll actually be something worth upgrading too. I think I'm gonna have to get rid of this thing though. Spawned 2 poisony ones at the same time. Poison damage. That doesn't... I mean, it's just immediate for poison damage, is that it? Definitely doesn't tick down over time. This is a resin and great eyes. We'll collect it, we'll put it all here, because eventually, if we ever need a ton of resources like resin, to have it go somewhere. Because I hate how much you get. Oh! 6% damage or critical. That's basically nothing burger. Health regen plus 2 per tick isn't negligible. It's weightless, but I think the move speed is going to be better for me, so these two can go in here. We have our camp though! We are set up, we're ready to jump in there and sit at the entrance, and the only thing that'll kill us is an archer. Which, if I remember correctly, didn't that happen to Tuna one day? He went and sat in a camp like this. I don't remember if it was a swamp or a burial grounds, but I do remember it was very unfortunate that as he was AFK at the doorway to the crypt, he did kind of get bullied a little bit by whatever was inside. I'm fine. We'll head inside, we'll sit at the doorway. Oh, we'll clear a couple of bits, shall we, first? Yeah, just in case there's a guy like you. Bonk. Door. Open. Doorway, open. Ruby, and there was a pearl there somewhere, wasn't there? There it is. That area is clear. Straight ahead. Certain core and a pair of bones immediately. All we need is 2, and then we go chop down some fine wood, and we have a portal home. Alright. This hammer is so good. I was so lucky. Fire damage 7. The recalling thing is a bit odd. Personally, I wouldn't mind if recalling worked when you threw it out, but I understand why mechanically that would be a bad thing, because then you could never get rid of something unless you uncraft it. Or place it in a chest, throwing it on the floor the old-fashioned way. Otherwise, recalling kind of does nothing. Still, the other 2 buffs this thing has are absolutely amazing. The extra attack speed, always great on a hammer like this, and the fire damage, amazing. I'm not sure if, like, that is the de facto weapon if I get to the swamp, really. But I'm not sure how far I have to get in order to find a Frostner, which is meant to be what you, I believe Frostner is what is the perfect weapon for fighting Bone Man. Right, I'll be back. I'm gonna go boil the kettle, and I'll come back with a lovely cup of tea. Shouldn't be longer than 5 minutes, so don't go anywhere.
The heron eats many fish. And sometimes frogs and snakes or crawfish. The heron fishes in shallow, reedy waters on lakes or rivers. After fishing in one place for a while, he may fly on to another favorite spot. The heron eats many fish.
Billy, the amazing magpie from the plains of North America. He's a daring acrobat, a mathematical and musical genius. And so, on with the show. On with the show.
He's watching for fish. He's watching. The kingfisher, too, eats fish. See how he is built. He is not at all like the heron. But he, too, is a good fisherman. He's a good fisherman. He often perches on a dead branch over a stream. He's watching for fish. If he has no luck at one watch post, he will fly to another. He's watching for fish. He's watching for fish.
breeding season, the parents are busy providing food. A brood usually consists of 3 or 4 young. Feathers appear as it grows older, but the brightly colored feathers do not appear until the 2nd year. The parent birds often bring rabbits or squirrels to the nest. But when food is scarce, they may attack other birds.
hello. Snuck myself a muesli bar. Well balanced. Ooh. Ruby? Coins. Oh, you. Hey, cover up. On the bright side, those guys always tend to go off some certain cause. So your torch would be great about now. Might have to drag a skeleton in here and light him on fire just to make sure I got everything, but I don't think I've got or not seen anything. Only 2 shelves I can put stuff on after all. Past the check. I'm checking myself. Because I'm basically slouched over my desk at the moment, so... What corridor? Oh no. Thank you very much for the help. The word quick. Let's leave. What did we get? Another axe with lifesteal? That's the same but worse. Goes in here. Seeds and berries. There we go. This can go in there as well. That's the portal network back up and running. We already know that, Elder. Do we pick anything else up? That's everything, right? 10 settling cores, so we need to leave 1 space free. We can come back. Leaving it in here isn't gonna deteriorate. Quick. least without fail, they're always guarding one of these areas. It's almost a relief ghosts don't spawn elsewhere. They're quite a handful to deal with. Fighting them without the armor to deal with it, like if you have to dodge a ghost, it is just near or nigh impossible. Even with a spear or a knife, one of the only ways you're ever gonna hit a ghost is by tapping and blocking immediately. Another one here. We checked our corners already, didn't we? And we hit all the way through 2 doors. Auntie, what are we up to? 17 settling cores in a single crypt. Dare I say and counting? Or is that getting too ahead of myself? Oh, you can parry with the stag breaker. I may have absolutely entirely forgotten that. Oh, you're still alive. Oh, whack. It's always polite to knock first. Oh, wow. You know, it's only giving me back 5%. Stamina regen is nice. Here we are. Bronze helmet with a fire damage. I feel like this is better. Sorry, weight +5 is just raw utility. Here's quick draw explosive shot. Okay, that wins. The helmet doesn't, I don't think. Although, armor 10 versus armor 8. There is definitely... I think there's room. Stamina regen 14 plus 18. It's 9? But also moving quicker is nice. You need less stamina to move as far. Either way, we're coming back for some of this, so... Fine wouldn't we get the portal home, don't we? It's our first bronze helmet. And I think that actually marks the end of the tomb, doesn't it? We have been turning left, so anyone left turns. Alright, take us straight back out. Go cut down some fine wood. It may have just occurred to me there is zero chance of fine wood in a black forest. We have more than enough at home, and the trip is just to the merchant and back. I really need this cup of tea. We do not have carrot seeds on us, do we? Okay. Need this cup of tea. My voice, I can feel my voice getting grumbly. I don't like it, but I have been talking for how many hours now? However many the stream's been going for, plus 5 hours prior, I think. You know what we can do immediately? Sell all these. Front buckler. We already have a good stag breaker. I hate to immediately do it again. This has been the bane of me earning money is buying all these treasure maps. They do just have such good stuff. All we need is one perfect treasure chest. And we can find... I mean, the location of the treasure chest 100% dictates what's in it, I assume, as well. Gee, hello! Contributed 4,500 to the I'm Hungry Gibbs Seed Challenge. Yeah, 100% think that is the infinitely better vote. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I assume all but good night, perhaps. How are we doing? I'm doing pretty well. Playing a bit of NoCraft today. It's been another Valheim dedicated day today. But I am thoroughly enjoying the game at the moment. Especially with this mod. This mod has reinvigorated a lot of the early game grinds that I was burning out on it, that's no lie. Doing it so many times in a row, copper grinds I should say, it kills the soul. No, get up. There's a whole day gone. The Dark Soul. I suppose. Actually, maybe that's a lore question, or maybe you're not meant to look at. I don't. Question first, then we'll flutter about and figure out our words, shall we? In the first game, the Dark Soul was a brand. Or wasn't that the chosen one? Pick me. You wore the brand. Wasn't that called the Dark Soul at some point in the lore? And if yes, how come every other game still uses Dark Soul? Are they all variants of some Dark Soul? Or was it just that the franchise was made and they couldn't back out of that? Dark Sign. Ah, okay, my memory was the lapse there. There you go. The term Dark Soul was never used until the second DLC of the third game. I suppose maybe early on it was just quite functionally a way to... You get this a lot occasionally where Eastern companies will try and westernize the product to varying degrees of success. But originally you had Demon Souls, and maybe some guy in a suit at some point said that demons are not very hip at the moment. Maybe it was some guy in a suit who said that you would be better off rebranding as Dark Souls instead of Demon Souls. This is me purely speculating, of course, since I don't actually know the history of the brand, or why, perhaps, because it wasn't just a Western thing, was it? They rebranded entirely across all regions. Even in the Eastern region, there was no Demon Souls 2, it was Demon Souls then Dark Souls, even though they share a universe. Euphemisms? The term Dark Soul... Okay, no, I haven't missed anything. Rereading the same chat. Oh, a mushroom. $20, 10, and 2, and we get home. We can start carting all this stuff back and forth without having to piggyback it to and from a bunch of chests. I need to go directly north because I'm about to run into a troll cave. I don't suppose you mean synonyms, Jonathan. I don't believe euphemisms. Unless you were talking about it. Yeah. I could be playing catch up, I don't know. The words do seem somewhat like synonyms though. Let me look up the definition of euphemism because I thought I'm definitely pretty sure I'm thinking of a different word now that I'm thinking it through. I can't remember the definition of euphemism though. Yes, okay. My brain is finally caught up to what I was thinking of, which is innuendo, which is something else entirely. Murder. Order already located. There's always one of you in here. Get out.
Don't drink and say, oh, drink only water and milk. Or else your bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim, oh, water's health is fuck bitch. You better drink water, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Oh, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Oh, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Oh, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch.
Thank you very much. Let me... We're just gonna... I don't need the bones. But we kinda do, now that I know I can turn them into skulls. We'll head back to this place. Ooh. Why is there a mushroom here? Were they the first things we got rid of actually on the way back, weren't they? Thank you for the hydrate, Azard. Dark Souls is just a spiritual successor to Demon Souls. Probably had to rebrand it because Demon Souls was a PlayStation exclusive. I mean, Bloodborne was as well. I mean, I don't know how I feel about that. Exclusives don't... Unless Sony says you don't have access to this brand. In which case, yeah, if Sony said we own this brand, you can't use Demon Souls, then yeah, it makes sense, I suppose. I don't know what the contract was. But... I mean, you just kinda made the same game with the same characters, so at that point, what did PlayStation own? It seems a little empty if that's... They could basically just remake the same game in the same universe with the same characters. And I don't really understand... Although maybe I'm wrong, because, I mean, you know, in my mind I'm thinking of a single cutscene where you see characters that look very distinctly similar to ones from Dark Souls. But perhaps I'm wrong. We need 2 of these. And 20 of these. And 10 of these. And we can go place a portal, finally, down at the coastal town, and we can go get that bounty while we're doing it. else do we have? Too many feathers. We have too much sap. So, fire arrows it is. Oh. Bit of a waste of certain cores, but I suppose once you get to the Ashlands and you just start farming them. Oh, before yes, let's not get too carried away. There's a hydrate. Thank you very much. The peak was so even then. Incidentally, he is the man behind the mod. We can make more, we just pull. You know what? Arrows can go here. Perfect. Well, I can. I'm going to throw that into chat because if you do want to give it a try, there is a download link actually, and on Jonathan Remaker set. Whoa, website. Website's run on service, but it is a website. Also, I believe the website has links to all of his socials, including Twitch and YouTube. Arrows, we'll take this as well. That's absolutely no problem. Definitely could be using that command a bit more actually, because if there are people that are interested in the mod. Do I have NoCraft in the title? I think I do, don't I? Yeah. But I know sometimes the title of streams is a little hard to see when you're on mobile, so using that occasionally, once every 2 to 3 hours, I don't think would be terrible. Just so people, if they want to try it, can have the option to download and give it a go. We have 4 resin left. Full 2 stacks of deer. We've almost got a full raw beef. Pork, but it's called beef. I don't know why. My brain remembers things weird. Ooh! No! We just jumped back. We just jumped straight back. The portal network is open again. The mistake of opening this world file without the mod running, and that little crystal enchanter up and disappeared entirely on me. I have my base like this, lazy bored, it's by design. It's a house that spawned in with the vanilla generation that I moved into. I don't need anything else than that. Perfect just the way it is. Now, here's the thing. Stamina regen and more stamina regen is fine, right? No movement speed penalty, I think might be better. I think we upgrade this, even though we're hurting for bronze at the moment. We're really hurting for bronze at the moment. I think we upgrade another piece of copper bronze armor. Do we have certain... Where do we put? Where do we put? Do we just not have these? Perhaps not. Regular wood. That little seed thing. We really... We lose 2 armor for not upgrading it. We might be able to deal with that. Because we're gonna have to go copper and tin grinding otherwise. It is our last 3 bronze that goes into it. Recalling does this. It needs throwable, that's the only catch. But it'll land all the way over there and pop back into my inventory and I can throw it again. It's spammable. So you basically just have a spear that comes back to you with whatever has throwable and recalling. And throwable actually seems to work with the same... it has the same trajectory as spear to the best I can tell. Alright, we're keeping it I suppose. What are we throwing out? That goes away. We're wearing all of this. We should only have 3 things to destroy here. Yes. That's definitely going. Maybe we keep this as a backup. For now. No reason to get rid of it if we might need it later. We have a chest specifically for that sort of stuff anyway. To the east. There are these puke berries while we're on the way. I heard a pig. Don't see the deer. I hear the deer. I don't see that there's the deer. This is a long shot. Oh, that's so close. That's too far. New deer. Hello, sir. I'm off to the left. A little high and off to the left. I mean, I don't know what I expected of the missing 4 times. I'm not so shabby with it after practicing a little bit. But unfortunately, the problem with throwing a spear and missing is that everything just runs away. Big catch net. Yeah, actually, that would be fascinating if the silk made some sort of fishing net. Or a net of any kind. You like? Nope. Holy. Crystal Town is directly east. We don't have this area mapped. Hello? What? Are you out here alone? No, you have friends. Means that you have a camp. Where are you hiding? Where's your home? See that home. There is no way 3 skeletons just spawn in and are homeless. Ah! It's the bad one. Alright, come on. Just his head. There was a third one. Horrible recalling knife with frost damage? Absolutely. It is gorgeous. Found the third one. I need a workbench to place a portal. Place a portal, I need 10 wood. At 10 wood, I need to throw out something. Eight. 9. 13. 18. Wrong one. We have 20 wood exactly? I smashed 2 of those things. Workbench. No, I walked in. People can claim pronouns. Can you claim an objective? I would say, I suppose, if the assumption is people can, then yes. Come on, new pixel. I mean, I might as well just cut into the ground a little bit here. we used to get adjectives when you were like put into knighthood? Or was that sainthood? I swear there was like a historical point where you actually had people being given descriptors. You go back far in time enough, and I'm sure there are many places that did. Vlad the Impaler, I suppose, being the most prominent that comes to mind. Why is that an invalid placement? Is it because of the workbench? Slurp up all the stone. Well, I suppose we can place the portal down now, can't we? Is there a reason my portal hasn't ignited? Does it have anything to do with the fact I left one up here? Possibly. Well, thankfully I have 2 ways to get home. Three. More than that. I don't remember if there we go. I did capitalize it. You were thinking of taking amazing job. Needs a roof. Like 4 pieces left. Oh lord, am I next to a spawner or something? Well, I suppose that solves my lack of wood for building the barrier problem. 2:20 in the morning and you're reading about heraldic adjectives. Wikipedia. Was that what I was thinking of, perhaps? The heraldic adjectives. Or heraldic. Herald, isn't it? Oh, good morning. It's lopsided and I don't like it. Can I get away with that? Oh, I would... Oh, for the love of everything holy, I'm next to a spawner, aren't I? Hear it. That's the thing. I don't hear a spawner. If that close enough to be seeking me out, I would have thought I could hear it. Blueberries? No, just the bush. Before we wander too far, let me actually mark this place down. I've done that before. I actually think it was on your server. Last week. I forgot to mark a place down. I think I wandered around for maybe like an hour going, oh no, I've lost my portal. Right. What don't we need to take home? We don't need to take the bones home because we're going to find more. We don't need... We will need the rock and the wood, won't we? If we're not packing up. There's lost 1,000 bird seed playing roulette. I want to have a look. The points command. What? The ripping noises. Was that the boards? I want to look into the points command because I know that one's inbuilt, but the points command has an interesting variable which tells you your rank, your leaderboard, which might be the variable. I said it out loud. I would like when people win to let them know where they... I don't know, I think it'd be neat to showcase where they are on the leaderboard at that point. We have another torch here. We do. We now have reached the point where we have more deer meat than we can actually eat. Before it goes cold. It already is going a bit lukewarm. Right. We need to get this base set up. We're gonna go home, we're gonna pack up the portal at the merchant and come back down through the merchant portal. I'll return home that way. These can stay here. So can these. These don't have to. What does the hammer have? Nothing worthwhile. We can leave with that. Cup of tea. Empty. Empty will accept stuff in the crypt, now that I think about it. We'll turn left and see how many things we can find. swear for a second there I saw a prompt on the way out. It might have been the door. Probably was the door. We keep turning left and eventually we'll left turn back out into the entrance of the cave. We're still short. I suppose we'll left turn our way back to the entrance and we'll right turn our way when we get back in. That will do the trick. Could have left the portal up anyway, because all things said and done, we're gonna have to put it there now to drop everything back up at home before we continue back down to the merchant. British Queen is called Elizabeth Alexandra Mary, officially Elizabeth II, by the grace of God of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of her other realms and territories. Queen, head of the Commonwealth, defender of faith. Who do I have to marry to get that defender of faith bit on my name? I suppose you just have to either find a religion you can make some monarchy around, or invent your own religion that you can then be the monarch of. Then you wouldn't even be limited to phrases like that. That option is the easiest. Berries. Arrows. Feed. I don't like the skeleton face suddenly looks like it's smiling at me. It's unsettling and I don't want it to happen. Stop it.
Hello there.
Hello there, Mega Beard. Welcome to the mess that is my stream. There's two things that click in my head when I say that. Because there's two versions that I say. For some reason, when I say welcome to the mess that is my stream, immediately I hear Dr. Breen in my head going, you have chosen or been chosen. Don't know why. The other one is when I follow through with the forced part where it's welcome to the mess that is my stream, followed by the burb mess. And then after saying that part, immediately I hear, oh, what's his name? Does Game Theory YouTube channel. But I hear him going, it's just a mess. A burb mess. Fascinating that I have two completely unrelated sound bites that play in my head when I do my own intro to my own channel and people follow. Now all of you are cursed to probably think the same thing when you hear me run either intro, aren't you? Blasphemy. So, would you like to contribute to my troll fund? Oopsie daisy. Oh, I missed by a mile there. Let's get this over with.
Nice.
swings in a row. 3 left swings in a row. The lock guy has way more predictable attack pattern. I need a bit more stamina back. Do you mind if I stand still? Thank you. Pay your tithe to the Bird Empire. SWAT will be told to hold up for 24 more hours. Do I set up a bench here? Not with only 4 wood. Impulsively, yes, but not with only 4 wood. Need to cut down a tree or something else. That's 10. That's enough for the workbench. 20 gives us a chest. 26 gives us a fireplace and 2 cooking stations. Plenty. And we could just portal some of the stuff home too while we're here. You light it. I have stone. I'm gonna leave this here. Get the blueberries. Where are we gonna get the stone though? Two, 3. I completely missed the extra stone. We'll take the stone with us and we'll return everything else, shall we? I mean, we might as well take the troll head, actually. I've been leaving them around in these caves thinking they're not important, but actually they kind of are. We need them to get the stuff out. Oh, Toad. Well, I take it you were doing board dance for Mace there, so... Whereas I'll pay you for the work you've done. Just had an idea if you want to troll someone, put a portal that goes straight into a troll cave. I have thought about that actually. Beautiful carrot seeds. We're gonna have to start this farm up soon. Take 5 stone with us for the next fireplace. I think we're set. Gamble 10%. You have 6,180 total and you just gained another 600. $6,000 is no small amount though. We don't have any wood left here. I'm gonna need another 10 wood before I head off. Technically, I'm gonna need another 20 wood before I head off. Stones always there when you don't need them, never there when you need them. So many people are gambling all of their money away. And it seems the gamble machine hates gamble all. The percentages seem to drop. I keep saying, but I have set it to 45%, but gamble all seems to just be heavily weighted against winning. That is a conversation we've had in the past, actually, is whether or not raw statistics and actual outcomes. Oh my lord. Whether or not raw statistics and actual outcomes can even have correlation at all. Rather, to phrase it the other way around, can you have the statistical chance and the outcome be completely non-correlated? Seems like the gamble bot here is proving the answer is yes. We don't need resin. Oh. Whoops. I can't fight for the deer head. It's very awkward. Excuse me for a second, will you? Be back. I'm carrying tin. I suppose that answers my question. No. Pick up my knife. Throw these things at home and come back. Actually, the second time we've got tin from a barrel at one of the castles. I'd never seen it happen before. Interestingly enough, now it's happened twice. Those two can go. Something I probably should have done a little while ago, actually. Maybe we should have made a boat. We're gonna have to now that we have this tin field. Although, I say that not actually knowing if the land is connected by water. I know the land is connected by land, but I would have to get at least somewhere here before I could make a port, and then I'd just be boating there and walking all the way back. That's or nothing, I suppose. I just make a cart and walk the whole lot back. Isn't going to hurt to have a port town over to the north, out of the way, I think. Cup of tea, don't let me down now. Why, hello there. Well, what happened here? And the rest we take home. Finally closes our loop on accidentally leaving the unmarked portal up, and we can go back through Seathide and continue our journey east, sorry. Maybe it's time to make some more Queen's jams, I guess. I think maybe we'll make some more Queen's jams when we get back. Consumed. On the journey with the, what was that, a 2-3 hour detour? And we are finally back. Apparently we're carrying too much. And also we have an extra portal. So, why not set down an extra one, shall we? Let's see. That's not overlapping so much. It's in the middle. There we go. We do have a lot of stone. We're just gonna throw that in a chest and come back. stop slouching. I need to sit up straight. I'm actually kind of leaning to the left in my chair right now. Now, it's 5 stone. 26 wood. And there we go, sitting upright. Much better. We haven't even cleared out this dungeon. We left it uncleared because we found it and then we just bailed. Should have enough space to keep going. We already have certain cores on us from the portal. We might run out of space actually. We'll see. Thought I might. Don't need that. Don't need the stone right now. What did we get? Frost damage 2? Spear with recalling would be nice. That's probably one of the few that work without the throwable perk. It's the super rare room that loops in on itself. I suppose I'll leave the mushrooms. And the beef behind? We also need to leave something else behind, don't we? Yeah, this can probably stay. The station wasn't too exposed earlier. Or is that bad? Things we take back. Basically everything. Do we go right to left or left to right? Because I'm pretty sure I've left a lot of things here. We're going to come out and dump everything in the top chest. And we're going to clear out the rest of the tomb. Pull in the feathers again. And off we go back east. It's been quite a slow-paced journey just to place a portal down over at the East Coast seaside. And there it is. Seaside Village. Place where I originally wanted to set sail from. There's a village right here next to a bit of water that actually might... It might all connect up if we can figure a way out of the canals. I don't want to really be digging my way out of the canal, but... Here is my hope. I believe originally Seaside was just here, wasn't it? Loot. And then some. Oh, we had the materials of the portal here. We just had to come back with one more settling core. I remember now. That's a little awkward. Got on a whole all roundabout adventure to get basically nowhere at this. We've done everything and got nowhere at the same time. Have a look. Direct comparison. We're not going back to Rag Pen. Alright. Weightless and attack speed, stamina regen and weightless. Well, suppose these ones will get scrapped. Flint spear with recalling would be great. I think we're keeping a flint spear as it is, but I don't think we're going to be upgrading to purple. We'll need an iron chest before we consider upgrading any of these things to purple, I think. Do you need? Why not? We don't have a cultivator, a fermenter yet, but I have to remember actually if I know I got some spare copper. I'm trying to desperately remember if that was done. On this server or on Jonathan's reverse boss run? And there we go. We could portal through the boat. Or at the very least, why don't we leave the boat parts at the seaside base? Boat only cost 30 fine wood, 10 deer hide, 20 resin, and 80 nails. Oh, arrows. You go here now. And do you hide? $80 nails, which is out in my smelting chest. 30 fine wood. We do have a cultivator, we do have a bunch of seeds. Let's go plant them. We do not have oak seeds though. Interesting. Well, suppose that checks off. It's a solid place to end. We've been going for a little while. I can definitely feel my eyes starting to slow down and my thinking is slowing as well. We end up with 5 in here, don't we? Baby piggy, and I think there's another baby piggy back in there. I wish I knew why pigs or cold just gravitated towards the corners. Let's go get the fine wood. We'll go back to the seaside. We'll just throw our stuff in the chest, and the fine wood we can grab at the spot. Oh, hello, raspberries. I think we'd already gone through and tried getting almost all of these raspberries before, didn't raspberries, fine wood before, didn't we? Oh! Pig, start with me. There it is. Tree would be really good about now. Not just because I'd love to go take the seeds back and plant it at home. That was so low. That actually hit them. very early at the moment, but thankfully the game is very forgiving currently. I think we just straight up missed that dodge. We did just miss that one. Just done. Ooh. Treasure for the treasure gods. Frost has no effect on the troll. I've noticed that, it doesn't slow down much. Leave that. That. Definitely noticed that the frost does seem to be very little, if nothing at all. I suppose beside the axe, it's still the best weapon I have, and it has a really, really addictive attack speed. Was a gold copper helmet. With armor 16 and health plus 25. 25 health, that's 50 base health. $9.3 armor versus the 10. That's not even that bad of a downgrade. That's before we even put any upgrades on this thing. I need fine wood. We need 30 total. An oak tree is basically our minimum at this point. Oak tree. There's one, but I like them when they're in the plains, like the meadows like this. Regular. I did it. I enchanted it. It now does 4 poison damage, and when my health is low, it'll do lifesteal. Seven, not enough. The way, because poison is normally a tick. So normally if you see poison 4 damage, the way you're meant to read it is poison 4 damage per tick. Unfortunately it seems that if you enchant a weapon with poison, it's just flat that amount of damage. I thought, oh, that would be amazing. Unless maybe I thought something that was poison immune, perhaps, which is also kind of likely, I suppose. But I thought, oh, that'd be amazing. Poison damage on the axe is really good. But I attacked a couple of things, and it didn't tick their health down. It just hit them for damage. So current theory is that the enchantments are just flat, static damage, and not any kind of ticking mechanism. 31, we can make the boat. Actually, 31, we can make the boat and we have enough to continue the portal chain. It's kind of important because we brought all the fine wood here. And we don't currently have one up at the moment. So, 29 left. That is the portal set. That's enough for the boat. He's run away. Nice. We're definitely using this helmet, I think. It's a 0.7 armor decrease. Plus it gives us bonus health. Which, with the extra armor, I mean, even the slight armor decrease, but with the bonus health, I think that goes further even without upgrading. It does mean, however, stamina regen has been officially replaced. Feathers, berries, rawhide. That was silly. $27 gold. Start getting rid of some of these. Ooh. Deer head and that. Selling trophies here. I could probably go there. It was on the right. Ooh. Gold pick. Ooh, let's not forget we were meant to take these back out. They're very important. The problem with relying on muscle memory to deal with categorizing things. Do we need that? No. I think that's fairly a decent amount we've done today. I do need to get these carrots going. Because we're gonna need to start turning all this deer meat into stew. Deer stew. We're gonna sleep? 'Cause I can't see anything. I just teleported outside. Day 73. We're back to taking it slow again. But I don't mind. How many carrots do we have left? 22. Right. Well, I think that's gonna about do it for me. The card farm. A couple of new weapons. We did finally figure out how to get those enchantments done as well. So I'm gonna call it because I'm getting a bit tired. 6 hours plus what did we do before? We're actually getting close to about 10 hours again, I think.
Frogs and snakes or crawfish.
Now, I have been desperately trying, how long now, to play Red Dead Online.
Waters on lakes or rivers.
I need to sort of force myself to make Red Dead Online the next stream.
After fishing in one place for a while, he may fly on to another favorite spot.
Who do we have on? We actually have... I don't have Steam Overlay.
The heron.
Hmm.
The heron. The heron eats many fish.
Let me get Steam Overlay up. So yes, next stream I want to try and desperately actually push, make sure that we get Red Dead Online at least a try. There's no guarantee it'll even work.
He's a daring acrobat, a mathematical and musical genius. And so, on with the show.
Who do we have online? Ooh, do you know what, actually?
On with the show.
No, I know who we're gonna raid, because it's who I'm gonna go watch. I had a couple of people that were on my radar, but I clicked show more, and there's someone we're definitely going to go raid.
The kingfisher.
Because they would have just started streaming.
See how he is built. He is not at all like the heron.
As much as I...
But he too is a good
Much as
fisher-
I,
is a good fisherman.
No Man's Sky was the game we
He
were going to
often
switch over
perches
to,
on a dead
the raid,
branch over a
but
stream.
I'm going to switch over, we're going to go check out Sparkle. She only normally plays for a little while, so it'll probably be a short one before she heads off. But it's where I'm going, and I try and stick religiously with that, so that'll be my pick.
He's watching for fish.
Thank you to everyone who put up with me today, especially through all of the technical difficulties we had. But I'll be back maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. And the next stream, I'm gonna try really hard to actually make sure we get some Red Dead Online at least tried. May or may not work. Ooh, yes, it's raid and paid. Unfortunately, I've disabled paid. Ooh. It was meant to be raid and paid. I think I disabled paid because even though I put all my emotes... Yeah, okay, it's just there at the top. Even though I put all my emotes on Better Twitch TV, the bored brain emote doesn't actually work. It tags me and doesn't post the emote for some reason when you use the bot. There's the subscriber emotes. And the other one's above it. I'll catch everyone later. I'm gonna go have a nap. So thank you for sticking around.